So that should be good.
Yep.
I didn't bring up my control panel. That's a bit of a problem. Hang on. Okay, and with that, we should be good. We should... Yep. Let me just drop a link in Crispy's Discord. Why the hell not? There, that's all the self-advertisement I'm gonna do. Okay, good. We were on a boat. On some ice. Let's go straight to Ogren. You just
Hi.
pulled the boar out of a bag.
Sure. I'm just gonna let it go out on deck.
Yup, yup.
And you know, hopefully a dragon will eat that instead of me.
Good plan.
Meanwhile, I've got something to retrieve.
Okay, do you head north along the side of the boat?
Indeed I do.
You head up.
I will
Some
head up to starboard.
stairs.
There it is.
You can see some deep grooves that have been gouged into the deck of the forecastle. The railing on the port side is slightly bowed as if an immense weight has been resting on top of it.
Good to know where the dragon rests.
The harpoon is detached from the deck by the weight, but otherwise seems unharmed.
It's not. Is it strapped down?
No, no, it's loose.
Wait, it can just be picked up and moved?
Because an immense weight has been pushing it around a little bit, yes.
Does it look in perfect working order?
You want to look
Can
it
I go
over?
over and... Yeah.
What would you do for that? Let me take a quick look at your sheet. Roll me your ship weaponry skill, harpoon.
The dex or the
The
loading?
the tool, yeah, the dex one. Yeah, you can quickly look this over and see. Yeah, the mechanism is fine. You might need to like spun the rope for the firing mechanism, but other than that, should be fine.
Okay. Can I move it a little bit, or is it too heavy for me by myself?
That is a good question. Did it give a weight for this thing?
400 pounds.
Oof, that's heavy. I mean, at least you can fold it up a little bit.
Yeah.
And then do me a strength check.
That was a save. Whoops. Yep. There's a check.
I mean, if you subtract the 3 from the roll there, that should be fine. You can drag it around if you like.
I'm just going to start to drag it to the side of the ship where we can, you know, lower it down.
Then do it. You have the power.
Yes. And now I'd like to just go explore up in here.
Okay. Let me just...
Is it frozen shut again?
No, no, this one opens.
Oh.
Let's see here. Does this corridor have a description? No, it does not. It's just a corridor into a boat.
Just go through, check all the cabins, you know.
Which one do you want to start with?
Let's just go left first.
door opens easily. You would notice to be a surgeon's cabin, if this layout is to be believed. You
Right.
see shelves, containers scattered on the floor, piles of dirty bandages. Small clusters of dried leaves have frozen to the floor in some spots here and there. There's also a disheveled frost-covered bed tucked into the alcove under the wooden stairs.
Anything hidden under the bed?
Yes!
Oh,
Surprisingly. Under the bed you find 3 mysterious vials of some sort of liquid. And another
Hey.
mysterious vial of a different kind of liquid. And a healer's kit.
Oh, hey. They all go into the bag of holding to be identified later.
They'll smell of pumpkin spice in the future.
Indeed.
Alright, where are you going next?
Across the hallway. Just...
Well, there's a frost-covered bed, shoved under the staircase.
Again, quick check of the room. Anything under the bed?
No, nothing. Just some dust
Fair
and
enough.
some ice.
Would this have just been a regular, person's room?
You would notice to be the first mate's cabin.
Oh, gotcha. Next.
As you open the door, there's a light breeze that comes out of the room. Pieces of parchment flutter on the floor. A large, detailed map of the Sword Coast takes up most of one wall. The south wall, to be exact.
Well, I'll take the map. Why not? And just put it in the bag of holding. Why not?
You have a 6-foot wide, 6-foot tall map of the Sword Coast.
Nice.
Do you search the room for anything else?
Yes, please.
You find a set of navigator's tools.
Ooh, thank you. Well, then we've got the final room then.
Indeed.
There are barrels.
You
What's in
see
the barrels?
2 rime-covered barrels, lying next to which is a rat, obviously long dead from the cold. You also see some mooring ropes and fishing nets hanging on hooks on the back wall.
Well, do I need more fishing gear?
Not really, you have all you need.
What was in the in the barrels? Or was that just more fishing gear?
You have not opened the barrels yet.
Nah. Let's check in the barrels.
Which one would you like to check? Left or right?
I will check the left one first.
Well, you open the top of the barrel and look in, and you see a bunch of non-perishable gear, a hooded lantern, 3 flasks of oil, 5 bars of lime soap, and 3 sets of manacles.
What's a soap?
It's the thing you use to make things all slippery.
It's a good afternoon snack.
In
Either
theory.
way, that all goes into the bag of holding.
Alright.
So you've got a hood lantern.
3 flasks of oil, 5 bars of soap, and 3 manacles.
And then the right barrel.
You see the top of what looks like 10 sticks. You pull one out.
Yeah. Are
It's
they
a
harpoon
torch.
bolts? Oh, it's torches. 10 torches.
Yes, that's all that's in there.
Right. all of that goes into the bag of holding. Was there ammo with the harpoon?
There was not, except for the one that's in the harpoon already loaded.
Dang it. I'll go down to the hold to join the others and look for harpoon ammo.
Well, when you go down, we go back to Rusan and his... No, actually, let's go to Kala. And the trinkets and baubles.
Paid for in blood.
Hey, if the contracts were written to be paid in blood, we pay it in blood.
Which
These
layer did
ogres,
you all
he has
get
plenty to spare.
onto?
We breached 2 layers apparently.
Most recent loot that they got from that was...
The one that has the statue on it.
The figurine of the archer.
Yes.
With some sort of script on it.
Hmm.
Let's see here. You keep digging at the ice, I presume?
Yeah, just gonna keep digging at the ice and using bonfire to help melt somewhat.
Well, it takes a while. It takes a long while, actually, so we will continue on to Rusan while we keep digging. Sorry about that.
Whatever.
Door. And no one was on the other side.
There is still a
When I
battle
knocked.
door in front of you. Can hear
Well, I
some
knocked
skittering
before. No one... Oh,
behind it.
there's someone in there. Hello? I found your goat.
They say it's a goat.
Hello?
Oh, shut up, you idiot.
Oh. Are you okay? Are you hungry?
They have food.
Hmm.
Do we go out? Shut up, idiot.
I'm coming in.
Do me a strength check if you're coming in.
Alright. Fat man's gonna try and go through the door.
With
know
advantage,
how that
because you're
normally
good at
goes.
Oh, with
this.
advantage. Alright.
Oh, the
Well, that
Kool-Aid man
helps.
fails.
The
I
Kool-Aid man
failed a Kool-Aid
fails.
man?
It's because Brenmore wasn't sleeping on the other side.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, true.
that's the usual requirement.
Yeah,
Shit.
sorry.
We lost
Ugh.
rhythm.
Rhythm bot died.
Yeah,
Oh, he
I'll bring him
didn't
back
loop
in a
it.
second.
Frusan, do you want a hand going through the door?
They didn't say we can't go in, but
Did you tell
I
them
feel
that
like
Did you tell them we killed the troll thing?
no. I told them we have a goat.
Oh, we killed the troll thing too, so there's not that
Goat.
to worry about.
You think this is fine? Should we
The troll might have been their friend.
open this door? You shut up.
Ogren decides
Snog?
to try and open the door.
Okay. You do me a strength check.
Thank you.
Oh yeah.
He outdoored me.
You destroy the
Hi.
door, behind which you find 3 cowering kobolds.
Ogre
Hello.
was spooking them.
You see the floor of the cabin is icy. Lying on the side are like 2 empty open barrels. Hides and furs have been pushed into these barrels to make makeshift sleeping quarters. 2 of the upright barrels are untouched.
Are you guys okay?
Ah! They back off a little
Oh.
bit from the door.
I just sit down in front of the door.
Ogre, you're spooking them. Go away.
Who the heck are
Me?
you?
I'm Husan. This is a goat. And
Why do you
that's
have our goat?
Ogren. He was cold and hungry, so we set him free from the room.
We're all cold and hungry. Tell me something we don't know.
You can leave?
But we came here to find protection.
From who? Or what?
We don't
The
know.
cold?
Yeah,
Hmm.
it's what we do.
Well, if you're looking for a safe place, there's a town where kobolds are living now.
That-
They work
what?
in mines.
What?
There's a house full of kobolds like you.
You believe him? Ah, shut up. Eh. That sounds rather weird.
It is. But it works. They fix the mines and get to stay.
Do they get food?
They get fed. They stay warm. They stay inside the walls.
That sounds too good to be true. You believe him? Ah, shut up. Where exactly is this?
Do you know where Tremor Lane is?
What? What's Tremorlane? I only know Tremorlane.
Oh, yeah, that. Do I have a map with me? I assume I have my shitty map I came here with.
Yeah, you do have your shitty map.
Yeah. I point at where Temerlane is next to Mayor Dolan. Here.
Hmm. Okay. Are you sure that's safe there?
Safer than out here. Why would you come out here? There's nothing.
Well, we were trying to give our shinies to the big one and get her protection.
Big one? Like
Yeah,
the
winged
furry
one.
thing?
The big winged one.
I'm assuming I know from that description what he's talking about.
Do you? Probably. You can make some assumptions.
Scaly big winged one or feathery big winged one?
Why would be feather? Scaly, of course.
Carla! Carla!
Yes.
I think we have to go. You should come too. It's not safe. Not safe for any of us. Ogrim!
Carla pockets what gold she can.
Yep.
What's wrong?
While this was going on, Carla, you've managed to excavate another layer. Would you like to know what you've found?
Yes.
You've found 221 gold pieces,
Cool.
a 1 foot tall marble statuette of a griffin with gold inlay, worth 250 gold pieces, some sort of shiny black pearl, a peridot carved into the shape of a leaf, some sort of
Yep.
glass sphere weighing about 1 pound, and some sort of quiver.
What was the thing before the quiver?
A glass sphere.
Cool. Yeah, I can't carry the statue.
It is
Like,
very,
this literally-
very nice looking, though.
Yeah. It's nearly as tall as me.
Does anyone want to risk staying and digging at the remaining layer of ice?
Is
The
it only
final
one layer
one.
left? Yeah, let's do it.
Carla, we
Yeah.
have to go. Ranmir, Bren.
Who sounds panicking?
He's always
So-
panicking.
Carl
Very
will take
true.
everything except the so deleting my
Also,
token there.
anyone seen any harpoon bolts in the hold?
No.
Everything is at the statue.
harpoon bolts.
Anyone seen any rum in here?
I'm gonna have an eye out on the sky.
Guys,
Be
I
quick with
think
whatever you
this
do.
is where the dragon lives. We have to go.
Why would the dragon live on a boat? Don't
I
they
go up
live in
and
caves or
have a
something?
look on the sky.
Very
The
well.
kobolds.
Do me a
say-
perception check.
Yep, build dragon.
Just the usual. Dim sky. Swirls of snow.
The kobolds. I said they want her protection. She protects the boat. We have to go. I don't want to be here when she comes back. Carla, we have to go.
Well, she hasn't appeared yet. We've got time to get this final bit of treasure, then we can go.
No,
You
I'm
should
not
probably
risking it.
leave before she comes back.
I'm not letting Carla get hurt because of your greed, Ogren.
Because of Carlo's greed.
You see the kobolds usher the goat to a porthole, push it out the porthole, and they go after it and jump on the goat.
Remember, Tourmaline!
Okay.
What's in the barrels?
These
Carla,
barrels
We're going.
are full of liquid. Frozen.
Oh,
It's clear water.
But there could be
Are you
really nice
going
things in
upstairs,
the
all of
pile
you?
shining
If you are,
I head
freeze.
upstairs. God damn you, Ogren. God damn you.
It's not me.
Over the howling wind, you hear the flapping of titanic wings.
Ah,
can I fit through the hole here?
fuck!
Probably not.
Ah, damn, I'm too fast.
We can make it so we fit through. We can make it so we fit through.
A great white dragon descends from the sky, beating its wings furiously to slow its descent. A dark humanoid figure is mounted on the dragon's back.
Ruh-roh.
Shit!
I mean, it might be a better idea to hide here
Yeah,
than to go outside on the ice.
I'm staying on the stairs.
Are you going back down?
Yep.
Yeah,
That are up there?
yeah,
They're gonna hide down here
Well, now that I see her, yes.
yeah.
with my boys.
Back down we go.
Well, back
I do
down
wanna
you
try
go.
to
Get into him.
take a look at the figure on her back.
Get into him, Karis.
I'm in the room.
Well,
I'll try to get
we
a
come
good look
here?
at the figure on her back before I
do me
fuck
a
off.
perception check.
Yeah, that's gonna go well.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
it's just
Yeah.
you think he's dead. Whatever he is.
Yep, I back up to wherever the others are.
You hear a loud snort and claws scraping against ice, glazed timbers. I smell warm flesh and hear the panic of beating hearts. Ready your spells, Metharond. We have uninvited guests. Do me a stealth check, all of you.
Oh no.
Your method is bad.
Oh god.
Well,
Oh no!
well.
Why?
Oh dear.
I mean, to compare to half of the party, Carla is essentially functionally invisible at this point because it's just Bramoro's decided to start, tap dancing.
Does this count as favourite terrain for Ogren? You know, ranger rerolls?
Wait, ranger rules? Get the fuck out of here. No.
I was all pulling at straws.
While this is happening, you can hear a loud squeal as something is ripped into two pieces, and a clattering.
Well, by boar, I guess.
Unless they went for the
Unless it's a kobold.
No, it was the boar.
It was just one squeal, so it couldn't have been.
That's
It's
true,
my
multiple
boar,
kobolds.
so goodbye, boar.
You hear more cracking.
I'm gonna try and
And
reach in
If
the
I
bag.
see her snoot for half a second, I'm activating the damn bubble.
As Aveatras descends the hole she made in the deck and enters the hold. Anything you'd like to do at this point?
I mean,
I'm
I've closed
just-
the door. Can I
I'm
reach in the
holding-
bag and see if I can get another boar or something out?
How does this work? Does this
I
have a
don't know.
cooldown? Hang on.
It's free
If it's
birthday.
what, do you want me to have a
Same
look?
thing
Because
that
I think I
got.
know what that bag is.
It's a grey bag at tricks, obviously.
I
Grey
think
bag
it's
of
free.
tricks.
it's
I think
free
it has a
balls
limit
per-
to how many it can pull. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's free per day.
I'll just have a quick read. Give me 2 seconds. Bag of tricks. Bag of tricks, here we go.
Can't be used again until the next dawn. 3 fuzzy objects. Okay, you can pull one more if you like.
Yeah, I'll pull another one.
Roll me a d8.
Alright.
Oh no, don't
It's
roll it.
another boar.
Boar gets chucked out the door, door gets closed.
You hear a confused
And now she knows we're here.
clattering. And then a roar and another squeal as something gets ripped in half.
I mean,
Give
judging
me
by my
a
stealth roll,
perception
probably
check,
would've noticed it
Rusun.
here.
Oh no. Don't make Rusan hear this, you monster.
Oh, thank God.
Don't worry, he doesn't really hear this.
Karis, make me a perception check. Yeah, you notice the boards next to you bend a little bit.
Oh, okay. Like the ones underneath me?
No, to your right.
The ones on the Rusun.
Something
Val?
he's trying to breach through the hole.
Am I meant to be able to see that?
Maybe not, but it doesn't really matter.
The thing involved with the word hold. Am I meant to be able to see that?
It should not be visible to you, but I guess it's fine. How do you have vision there?
I don't know, same way the goddamn...
Does anyone else have
Did you get my
vision?
true sight?
I
No?
can see it, but I can't, like, it's not in bright light. I can just see it in the grey colour that normally means I can't see stuff.
That
Like,
is
I only
so
I only see
weird.
half the dragon, but I see all of that.
That is so
Hmm.
weird. How does that work?
It's totally
I don't
black for
know.
me. That's strange.
Carla stashes her lamp in a corner and then hides in it.
Don't disappear where Hussein doesn't know where you are, please.
So do we recognize? Would I recognize that as something breaching the hull?
Or is
Something's
it-
trying to create an opening in the hull, yeah.
Something's trying to breach the hull. Get back,
Oh,
Karis. Get back. Second I see something, I'm hitting it with an axe, trying to just push it out.
I'm just holding my pebble. I'm ready.
I'll say in Draconic, it's just us, the kobolds.
Do me a deception check.
Where is deception? Oh, stealing disadvantage.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
God damn it.
You hear abrupt, loud stomping, and something big is beating against the door now.
And fuck you, I'm using the thing.
The thing?
I don't know how to use it as a thing. The charm of the Traveler's Haven. I'm dropping the impenetrable bubble of fuck you.
Is Ogren in that bubble? How far is
If
the
anyone's
bubble?
in 10 feet of me, they should be able to be in there.
You do know that the dragon is within 10 feet of you, right?
Oh. It's
But
right
can't you
fucking
designate-
It's right at the
there.
door.
Can't you designate who gets in and out?
I
Or not?
can, only if they're in 10 feet when I drop it. Anyone outside of it, even friends I know, can't come in.
Welp, drop it.
Ogre, get the fuck over here. You can come in and out, but only if you're in to begin with. Now I'm dropping it.
Okay, you create a magical safety bubble around you.
Question: can my attacks go through it?
Don't
let me
think
tell you
so.
how- let me- I don't think you can throw things from outside. Well, from inside to outside.
What about an axe? If I'm
No.
swinging at the edge, my hands
I-
go through.
Hang on, let me. Lehman's Tiny Hut. Let me do a quick. Spells out of magical effects can't extend through the dome or can't be cast through it. The atmosphere inside. Doesn't say anything about physical attacks going through it.
This is just
But I
the
can't.
tiny
I
hut,
can't
isn't it?
leave. Yeah.
Let me just double check that real
Yeah,
quick.
creatures and objects within the dome when you cast this spell can move through it freely. So, anyone who is inside the dome when it's active can move in and out at will.
And
I'm
my
assuming
axe
that
was in
includes
it when
their
it was
weapons.
cast.
I mean, if you want to risk putting your arm through and having a held attack to rip off your arm as a fucking dragon is sitting outside the door.
Hmm. It's opaque, so you can't see in, but... Yeah, I guess you could attack... No, it's opaque, so you can't... Opaque from the outside, okay, so you could attack out of it.
No one can cast spells through it unless they exit the dome.
Well, the battering at the door increases.
So where's the dome is?
Would it be... about that size, I guess? Why can't I pick this up? I made this.
I couldn't tell you.
Roll 20, gotta roll 20.
Excuse me, game? I made this, why can't I pick up the thing?
I brought you to this world. I can fucking end you.
There, I made it go away. Let's try that again. Like that size should be right. And then I pick it up. I said I pick it up. I said
Yeah, let me try it. And if that doesn't work, you can just delete it.
that's just weird.
Should be- Didn't make my screen big enough. Oh, wait, no, this will work. There we go. So you just slammed it. Where'd it go? What the fuck?
This map is being weird.
Oh, well, that worked. But it's not what I wanted.
I can't pick it up, but I can't move it. What? Okay, now I'm moving Carla with it.
Here we go. Ta-da! Just delete the square. Get that the hell out. Ah! Where'd I go? Alright. Just... Here we go.
Okay, that's weird.
So just make sure that's centered. There we go. There's our safety circle. Nobody leave the dome.
Well, battering at the door increases once more. Let's see.
As soon as it goes through, Ogren would like to swing an axe at it.
The door
Do you
crashes
really wanna
open,
antagonize it?
and I guess you take a swing. Do me an attack roll.
Do I take both of them?
If you want to, I guess.
Perfect. Reckless, please.
Yes, please antagonize the dragon so it doesn't leave.
Indeed.
Well, this was a fun
Yeah, that
campaign, Dale. I
hits.
appreciate all the work you did.
Orcish Fury, please.
This
Right.
one will die.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh
Indeed.
boy. Ah,
Yep, he
Ogren,
decided
why?
to kill us all. Thanks, Ogren.
Ogren, my boy,
Something
why?
else, swing it.
I thought this was
Something else,
Ogren,
swing it.
not Amos.
Orcish Fury, I get to roll an extra d12 for savage attacks.
Yep.
And an extra d12 for Orcish Fury.
So that's
There we go.
34 damage, isn't it?
Yep.
You gave it a paper cut.
Yep.
You said you were
Ogren.
doing your second attack as well?
Oh yeah. Sure. That doesn't hurt.
That does not hit.
Ogren, you are the dumbest man alive.
Not for long.
What? What?
Someone please push the man out the damn circle. He's no
Karis
longer
just starts
welcome in
laughing
my
and
circle.
crying.
It
All
was
of you,
there.
do
Sort of
me
pop it on the nose.
a wisdom save.
Oh.
Oh god.
Is this against fear?
Yes.
Then advantage for me.
my oh,
Yes!
Wisdom
Going
save.
strong with
well,
the net one.
Oh.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Am I safe inside the lamp, or do I have to do the save?
Are you aware of the creature?
I can see out, yes.
Then yes.
8:45. That's a good time to open up a beer. Jesus.
It's fine, it's a fair effect. Carla is not fair.
As you're all frightened, a massive blast of ice breath comes in and covers the room in frost, but does not penetrate the barrier.
Ogren, why?
Nobody move. Just stay still.
As you
Collar
say
is
that,
about-
Sit down at the...
sat on one of the cushions, just eating popcorn.
Oof.
God damn you, cum.
As you say that, the hull next to where your barrier is, near Bryn Mawr on the southern side, breaks open.
Oh, fuck you.
Oh,
Ogren, you
Oh.
gave him the gun. Thanks, Ogren.
Wait, why is he... What layer is he on?
We can see him.
I can see
We
him.
can see him. He has a gun.
I
Ah!
just assume he's flying. Oh god,
You
look at
moved him.
He
Wow,
might be a bit
everything.
on the map layer, which may have been why we could see him.
There you go. That explains the thing. Why was he on the map layer? What the hell?
Because you put him there.
Strong, independent woman. That's where he wanted to be.
Well, there is a hole in the hull there now.
Yep. There sure is.
And you hear a voice saying, "Quickly, come this way." And it beckons you.
Do I insight check on this fucking man's?
Do us an insight check. And a perception check while you're at it.
Insight. Perception.
Yeah, seems trustworthy. Also,
Everyone.
wears a necklace with a symbol on it. Can you guess what the symbol is?
If it's lavender?
Nope.
Is it a
Frostmaiden.
Sylvanas.
Super. Everyone, go. Now, follow him.
Ogren's gonna reach in the bag one more time, see if he can leave a
I'd
present
slap him
inside
as soon
the
as he
gun.
reaches for that bag. Just go. I pick up Cola's lamp and just wait for everyone to go. Because as soon as I
Ogra's
leave this
already
bubble, the
gone.
bubble's gone. Yeah, I'm waiting for everyone else to go. I'm holding a lantern and I can't leave until everyone else leaves.
Karis bolts.
Go, go.
Good down.
Is the dragon staring in this general direction?
It's clawing through the door at the moment, but it can't reach you.
Just fat man choked out the window.
The bubble dissipates and I can't touch it, so I can't make it go away, but it's fine.
Hang on, let me just yank it over here. There you go.
Why don't I have the power?
I don't know, but there's another one. Have that one.
If you go on to shapes, I think you can just remove all the lines. It'll clear all of them.
Just delete. You could probably delete it.
Yeah, delete lines. That works.
Ah, screw it, it's fine. There's a bubble over there now, it doesn't matter. As you reach the Verbeek, it seems like there's some sort of fog coming out of its giant nostrils. And a fog cloud engulfs you. You also feel some sort of other magical effect affecting you. And the Verbeek beckons you and starts walking to the south.
I turn into a spider, and I follow while being as sneaky as I goddamn can while holding Cola's lamp in my horrible, horrible pincery mouth.
Karis is beyond questioning anything. She is just following this man anywhere.
Don't quite know what you mean there. Hang on. And as the magical effect of fog cloud and pass without trace follows you, the Verbeek leads you to his cave. and you leave the Dark Duchess behind.
Never to be goddamn seen again, Oren, you son of a bitch! Ugh,
I hate boats.
ugh, why? Why,
Boats are
Shady?
great.
Yeah,
It
it was
showed its suit.
fantastic!
I had to boop it.
Just sit in a corner for a while, Ogren. Just
Hang on a
just go.
second.
Oh.
I'm gonna change the music track.
I
This
was
is why
told
we
once
can't have
if it-
nice things, Ogren. This
was
is why.
I was told that was my idea, Zephyr. We could all freeze to death in the water.
Hey, there's a bigger no.
Well, you all would.
I was told once if it was an angry animal, you boop it on the nose. That's what I did.
That's
It's
not
not a
an
shark.
animal.
Boop the snoot.
Indeed, boop the snoot, as Bramora said.
You
Ogren,
don't boop the snoot with a dragon.
look at me.
I'm looking at you.
Never do that again. Do you understand?
The cave you've been led to is somewhat up the side of the cliff overlooking the sea of moving ice. You can see the boat from here. And after a while, you see a VHRS emerge from the wreck and take to the skies once more. The inside of the
Why
cave
we
is quite comfortable. There's a small divot in the middle of it, and the Verbeek places a small flame in it. After a while, the cave starts to heat up.
Thank you. Thank you.
You are quite welcome. I saw the whole thing from my cave here, and I had to come help.
Thank you.
I point at the necklace.
You serve Sylvanas, right?
I indeed serve Sylvanas, as did my grandfather's grandfather before me.
Ah, I was worried there was none left. Are you a druid?
Indeed I am. Sorry I can't offer much in the way of hospitality, but he opens his palm and there's like 10 berries on it. Please go ahead, take one.
I thought all the druids here served the Frostmaiden, like the angry one in the woods. Ugh.
That is more
And I
the
just-
way of the humans.
I just start mumbling to him in Druidic.
Thank you, brother. I'm glad to see the circle still lives.
You're most welcome. Do you each take a berry?
Oh,
I
hell yeah, I'm
personally-
taking a damn berry.
I'm not taking a berry from a better pig.
Wow.
Just eat the berry, Ranmir.
You see him drag a large drum closer and slowly start tapping on it.
I pull out my drums and try to join in.
And from somewhere behind him emerges a small figure as he does so.
Is it a little boy in a snowball?
It is indeed a Chewinga, but not the. It is not the Chewinga you think you saw when you were traveling across the frozen lands. The Verbeek turns and hands it a berry.
You can talk to them.
And I pull out my chewing gun to rock and just sort of stare at it.
It's not doing anything.
How? How do you talk to them?
The Chewinga are capricious species. They can be quite hard to communicate with, for they have each a fascination that needs to be indulged before they will show themselves.
Rime,
Well,
Do we have any booze? Do you
I
have
do
any
have this
alcohol?
wine. And there's my holy water.
I I need Ogre. Do you have alcohol? I don't want to steal Remy's wine. That looks fancy.
Well, we
do
had
want-
a whole barrel of meat in the sled face.
Oh no, Sleddy.
Slutty.
I do not have any booze on me, as the booze was at the tavern.
Oh no.
Carla, are you out of your lamp at this point?
She is. Just eating rations, counting money. And one thing she is gonna do is she's gonna take out the black pearl.
you have a
And
boat?
do this.
Interesting.
Doesn't do anything.
For the jokes.
Oh yeah, are we gonna share out the treasure and stuff that we got from
Oh yeah. I have. Hang on. All of
Ogren pulls
this.
out from his pack. He reaches into his bag, pulls out this, and he also pulls out give me a second, I'm going to sort this all out for my bag of holding. All of this.
Good lord.
It was also the 2 pearls and the gold from the first layer, right?
Ah, yeah. Where did I put that? I have the pearl worth 100 gold. And I have no idea how much money we got. I also have this. Yeah.
I can put this line back in. That was on the first layer.
Was it a glass sphere or a glass spear?
Sphere. There was also a quiver.
Ranmir. This.
And I hand him the figurine.
I think this is something you can deal with.
It's script out figure of an archer. Can I read the script?
It is magical. That you can't identify it.
Well, I can identify it, but not like that. I see me.
I just hold on to it.
Rusan, do me a perception check.
Oh no.
A figure caked
yeah.
in snow is approaching the cave.
Friend, is that with you?
That is not something I've seen before.
I
Or in a
immediately
long
stand up.
time.
Is it
What?
Sonar?
Do you let the figure approach?
I immediately take a defensive stance in front of Carla, but yeah, I'm not gonna try and stop it at the moment.
It seems to be pushing something.
It's Sana with the sled. Look at him go. Look at my boy.
Ah, Sonar. Wait. Sonar?
It is indeed Sana, covered head to toe in snow.
How did you find us?
I see.
Sorry, what was that?
He sees.
Oh.
Wait. Didn't you say
Uh,
something you haven't seen in a very long time? What's your name? We never asked.
You did indeed
Hi,
not
I'm
ask my
Ogren.
name.
I'm Ogren. Pleased to meet you. Thank you for saving us.
I am
Forgive us.
Tinjong.
Tinjong. I am Prusan. Vasul.
And as you all say your names, you see Tinjong get on his knees and do like a deep bow in front of Sana.
Oh my god.
'Cause yeah, you said you hadn't seen Sana for a very long time.
I
Didn't
haven't
someone say-
seen an ancient. I think ever. The
An
last
ancient?
one was seen in my father's days, I believe. But I have heard about them.
What have you
So
heard about him?
In my grandfather's grandfather's days. The ancient ones first fell from the sky. And with the help of giant kind, threw off the shackles of their oppressors. And in return,
No.
taught us the worship of Sylvanus and how to live one with nature.
No.
Freaking way.
Well,
I can't see shit.
if there's a link with giants, maybe we should go to the old ice giant Jarl meeting place.
Um,
Oh, the Yarlmoot? I
Yeah.
don't see why you would need to go there, but if you do go there, the Jarls only respond on a full moon.
Why is everything to do with full moon? When is the next full moon? It's soon, right?
Not for like a half a month. Because
It
we're up
is
on the
new
new moon.
moon now, so yes, half a month.
Oh. Dang it.
Tinjong,
Yes.
did you know there's a Sylvanus statue out near, Rugen's Hole?
There used to be many shrines of worship to Sylvanus in these parts.
Hmm.
But the younger
Oh, saved
generation
my
does not
life.
care for him anymore.
He saved my life. I feel I owe him a debt.
That
Do
may be
you-
so.
Do you know how I can repay that debt?
Hmm. Ending this magical winter would certainly do it. For
Hmm.
Sylvanos loves those who live as one with nature.
Hmm. Not many still do.
Most are content to eat it, and I stare at Ogren.
Well,
Really? That is surely the way that
eating and
nature
being
is done.
eaten is just part of nature as well.
Thank you. God,
I
can't do anything
suppose.
right today. I was
Just
just gonna
as
sit in
old
the corner.
age is part of nature as well.
Hmm.
You needn't fear retribution from the dragon. Her mind is clouded these days. She has already driven off her spawn, and within my lifetime she will return to the earth.
It's comforting yet sad.
It is always
She's a
sad
happened?
when
What
someone
happened to her?
as old as her dies. Well, what happens to all creatures in the end? There's no stopping the flow of time, even if one tries.
Wait, someone tried? Why?
It is always the realm of mortals that reaches for the heavens.
The cat's onto something, damn it.
Indeed,
Serenity, is there something you're not telling us?
He just looked over the computer monitor at me and just meowed.
nice.
I think I'm supposed to go upstairs, but I'm not.
Anywho, as we were. Oh, wait. Zana. And I walk over and start digging through the Sleddy McSled face, trying to find the booze.
Did you take the meat barrel with you?
Yes, we left the wine in the cellar.
The meat is still on.
Yeah, well, there is a barrel of meat on there.
Is it kegged? Or
is.
tapped? Or
It's
Uh,
not tapped.
It's not tapped.
Hmm. Hmm.
Well, we can open it and drink it all here. Doesn't matter.
Do you want any, Tim Jong?
I don't believe I ever had any.
Oh, it's really weird. Makes your head spin. Chewinga made a fruit that did that. He's in my rock. I think if I open this and pour him some, he'll come out.
He might.
Ranmir, how do you open this?
Well, we need to make some sort of hole.
got it. I punch the barrel.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Of course it does.
Do me a strength check.
Please fail.
Okay, you failed.
Damn it.
You did not
Ow.
splatter the barrel.
Hmm.
That's not how you do it, Bruce.
You said make a hole.
Not with your fist.
Oh. I don't think a rock will go through this.
Ogren pulls out a climbing python, holds it against his side. Rime, you have a hammer, right?
Yeah.
Perfect.
I'll hand him the blacksmith's hammer.
Dink.
And quickly put my drinking horn under the hole so that the mead flowing down gets on it.
Yeah, yep, okay, yep. You tapped it and won. And out spills some golden liquid. If you remove the pitoon, that is.
Mm-hmm. Basically, as I don't have an actual, cork or a tap, I'm just going to keep the python there and just remove it and then replace it when I've filled up tankards for everyone.
Val, important question. Are Yeti horns hollow?
Are Yeti horns hollow? That is an important question. Sure, why not?
Yes. I fill up a Yeti horn with the mead and offer it to Xinjiang.
Takes a sniff.
It smells weird, but drink slowly.
Just
And then I
tips it
fill up
back.
another one. Oh, don't. Oh dear.
Verbigs are very big.
Well,
But not very resistant to alcohol, apparently.
Oh boy.
Well, this is something.
I said so. Supposed to drink it slowly, or you get the weird head spins.
And I fill up the other Yeti horn and just dangle my Chewinga rock near it.
Come on. Drinky, drinky.
Nothing seems to happen while you watch it.
Yeah. Mm,
Pour it on the rock.
oh. Okay.
I try to pour a little over the rock.
Nothing seems to happen. Try and put it somewhere where no one's looking.
Oh. I put it in my pocket.
You can feel some stirring in your pocket.
I look in my pocket. Is he there?
Yep, sure is.
Hi, Chewbacca. You want some of this?
And I hold the Yeti horn.
The Chewinga shakes its head and gestures for you to do the thing.
Oh. He only comes out when I drink. Well, I knock it back.
Do me a con save.
I follow my brother in foolish ideas, but I do better than he did.
Yeah, you're feeling fine. Sitting, just feet towards the fire, back against the wall, chilling. The Chewinga climbs out of your pouch. Feet towards the fire, back against your feet. Takes out a berry. Takes a big bite. It's a little hiccup.
Carla, come sit with me and Chewbacca.
What is a Chewbacca? What are you
That's
talking
what
about?
I hear.
And I point to the Chewinga.
That's his name.
Gonna
I
get
think.
sued.
By who?
The mouse.
Oh no. I know the mouse.
The mouse lawyer.
He's very angry.
The great old one.
Indeed.
Terrible woman. Wears red pants. Silly mouse.
Oh, I don't know how to ask his name, so I just called him Chewbacca.
Hmm. Anyone else partaking of the mead?
I'm
Yes.
definitely.
I have been drinking all this time.
We never stopped.
Good.
Do you have to ask?
I mean,
We just escaped a dragon. Of course we're drinking.
Yeah.
This
We're
cake
drinking.
this cake isn't gonna be full anymore. I don't think we need to transport it anymore after this.
Hey, we saved some weight on Slutty McSludface.
Indeed,
And
which
I-
means there's conveniently space for a harpoon.
indeed.
No.
Um,
Why? Why?
Mr. Tinjong, that harpoon you happen to be carrying.
Yes. Seemed important to you, so I took it.
Thank you.
Wait.
I was going to ask you if you
Did
were
you-
planning on keeping it, cause
I have no use for such things.
perfect. Thank you.
Ogren, did
What?
you make us go to a boat for that?
No.
Inside
I hoped
check.
it was that.
Sure, roll me an insight
Sure.
check. Well, did you, Ogren?
No.
Apparently not, then.
I was actually going to say, I hoped it would be on there, and if it was on there, I was certainly going to make use of it. But it's a boat. There's so many cool things on a boat.
We found
Like a dragon.
shinies and a dragon. Cool. Whatever. I mean, it was full of snow, so I guess that's true.
We found a bunch of
But-
shiny magical items which Ranmir can do his thing and identify. And a
Benjamin-
harpoon.
It's a stick that shoots bigger sticks. I can throw sticks, Ogren.
Yes. Now I can too. We could attach Carla on behind an arrowhead, fire it. You know, have Carla in a lantern, hook the lantern over the harpoon, fire the harpoon, then bang! Carla's right next to something.
Karis has just got her
Ogren.
head in her hands, just shaking her head.
No.
I can
There's
fly.
a goblin. And now you can fly with this. There is a goblin fort out
Ogren.
there. We can shoot it with a harp. What?
We're not throwing Carla.
Then we don't have to. I can just shoot things with it. You all have your ranged options. You can do things with people. I have to wait till they get close. Now I can do things when
Javelins.
they're far away.
You have javelins.
You
Carla
And
literally
this is
points
an
have
to
even
sticks.
bigger javelin, which does
Carla
even
points to
better
the
things.
javelin literally in his backpack.
Javelins aren't in my backpack.
So
They're
what
on his
did you
back.
find in there?
I hold out all the crap I have.
The statue with weird words. Can you read it?
It contains some sort of magical effect. I don't know what it is.
We have someone that can identify
Detect
those
magic.
things.
Abjuration.
Abjuration. It's protective. But is it protecting something or does it protect others? Who knows? Until we identify, I have no idea.
Oh, it seems
Do
you
I
were
detect
lucky.
anything else magical while I'm here?
Looks like you were lucky because I saw the dragon place something in there that would have been detrimental to you all.
What did you see?
Okay, identify on the statue, I believe?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a nice scrimshaw figure. An archer, magical script. Seems to function sort of like a spell scroll of remove curse. Sadly, it
Oh.
will probably crumble to dust if you use it.
Well, it's a good job that nothing at all is cursed.
Indeed.
Carla, did you find something in there? You were digging while I was gone.
I just sort of pick her up and start like doing the whole pushing her eyes open to look.
Yes, she brings out she brings out a black pearl, a small glass sphere, and a peridot in the shape of a leaf,
And a quiver.
Anything from them?
and a quiver. That's yeah. Did I list the quiver? Yeah, and a quiver.
The pearl isn't magical. The peridot is not magical. The globe and the quiver, however, are magical.
Ogwyn has already also dumped out his loot, so all of the stuff there, like the bag, which is
The bag is indeed
Clearly
magical,
magical.
indeed.
as you probably figured out by now.
Yeah.
Run me. This, and this, and that. They all have
Awesome.
magic on them.
Also, all my 4 vials of mysterious liquid.
That's going to take an hour.
Yep.
Feel
Fine,
free
plenty of
to
time.
stay here as long as you like.
Oh, thank you.
What would you like to start with?
Let's start with the potions.
Very well. One of these you're very familiar with. You don't even need to use Identify for this. That's a flask of holy water.
Nice.
There you go. You now are the proud owner of 1 flask of holy water,
And
Grandmere.
those 3 similar looking ones, you also don't need Identify for. You've seen this stuff before. These are vials of antitoxin. 3 of them.
Easy moving. A boat.
There you go. They're also yours, Ranmere.
Oh. I can just do that, though.
And while you look at this, Tinjong tells you of a thing he saw the dragon place in the treasure hoard.
Hmm?
There was this wand once used by the mage on the back. Looked like it was made of bones and a
Uh-oh.
skull on top of it.
As
Looks
he says
evil.
that, do I notice any particular facial recognition from the party as he's saying this?
Do me a perception check.
Perception.
No specific reaction from anyone. Although you notice Bremora's gone.
Huh? Carla, where'd Bren go?
Carla is just busy looking like she's had a lot to drink, and she's just looking.
Wait, Bren's not
Looking.
here?
Bren is
I
not
pat
in
Carla
here.
on the head.
Tinjong, where did our dwarven friend go? The woman.
Just out the exit there.
Why is she... Carla, stay here.
And
Oh,
I
Bren goes
head
after
outside.
her.
She probably went to the toilet. We have all been drinking a lot.
Oh.
You find
Oh.
Brenmora. She's sitting outside the cave entrance, just looking towards the boat.
Bren?
Yeah,
Bren, are you...
I'm
Okay.
awake. Yeah. Just enjoying the view.
It's cold out here, though.
The meat keeps me warm and my magic.
Oh, yeah. The warm rock.
The warm rock.
I don't like the boat. Pretty, but not good to go near. But, Tinjong says the dragon wizard man has a wand in there. Made of bone and with a skull on it. Says it's evil.
The wizard is dead. On the back of her.
Am I getting any reaction out of Bryn Mawr?
Do I? I don't think I know what he used.
No. No idea.
Or does the description?
Doesn't
no.
ring a bell.
Rime is looking at what we got. We've set some money aside for you if you want it.
I might have a use for it.
Don't stay out too long. You'll catch a chill. Oh no.
I won't.
Chewbacca, I don't know, is Chewbacca still just faffing about on the wall, or is he moved?
They're just faffing about.
Hmm.
People are still drinking.
You should come drink with Chewbacca. He tells a good story. By which I mean he just sits there eating berries, but it's a good story.
No, walk in.
Okay.
She stays a bit longer.
Ranmir, looking at the glass sphere. You poke it and prod it a little bit, shake it a little bit. You think this is a drift globe, you believe.
Ooh, handy for one of us.
What is a drift globe?
It is a small sphere of thick glass, weighs about 1 pound. And if you are within 60 feet of it, you can speak its command word to cause it to emanate light or the daylight spell. Once used, the daylight effect can't be used again until the next dawn.
It's effectively a really, really good torch.
Yes. You can also make it hover. And it follows you. If you wanted to.
Interesting.
A really good torch. For people who can't see in the dark.
You turn your attention to the quiver. You look it over. From the outside it looks like a normal quiver, but there's 3 compartments. As you reach in, you realize this is not your normal quiver. This is a quiver of Elona. It seems like this quiver will hold numerous items and will never weigh more than 2 pounds. You estimate that the shortest compartment might hold up to 60 arrows, bolts, or similar items or objects. The mid-sized compartments may hold up to 18 javelins or similar objects, and the largest compartment holds 6 harpoons.
You are banned from using it.
Who else uses, ranged weapons except for me? You've all got fancy spells for that.
I could fill it full of rocks. thousands and thousands of rocks. Then I could turn it upside down and drop literal thousands of rocks on someone.
But a harpoon.
But thousands and thousands of rocks.
It would not hold that many rocks. It's 60 pieces of small ammo it can hold.
Don't
Well,
take this from me, Val.
I'll give the items back to Arusa.
Neat. What do they do?
Oh, right. The glass sphere is a torch, and this is just a very fancy quarrel.
Hmm.
How do you say
Quiver.
that word? Cure. Something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, quiver.
What's in the quiver?
I stick my arm in it.
You feel
It can hold.
a big long object, Frusan. You pull it out.
I yank it out.
The hell?
It's a long harpoon.
That's where the ammo is.
Fine. I put it back in the quiver and hand it to him. Just do not shoot us with it.
Why would he shoot you
Why
with
would
it?
I shoot you with it?
Because I've seen your aim.
Excuse me?
Ursan's
never
already
seen-
got his back to him and is just trying to figure out the drift globe.
You've never seen me shoot.
I've seen you swing.
Yeah.
Well, I
Have I
believe
let-
you have hit us more than Ogre. So I trust him more than you.
Why do you think I gave it to him and not to them?
So wait, what is are there any like javelins in it already, or
Nope. It could hold 18 javelins in the middle compartment, though.
okay. I need to sort that. Okay. What's it called? A quiver of.
I can put that
Luna.
in for you. That's how you spell it.
Quiver of alone. Thank you.
How do you turn this on?
And how much does it weigh?
2 pounds, and never more than that.
How many
Wonderful.
harpoons do we have?
How much what do you have?
Harpoons.
6 of them. Well, 7, counting the one that's loaded.
Ramage, how do I make it work? Do I poke it?
I guess you just put them in.
No, he meant the globe.
Oh, globe. How do you use it?
You need a command word for it.
Did I learn this command word from Identify?
Yes. You can pick it. What is the command word?
Oh,
Depends. Are you going to be using it right now?
no, I think I'll give it back to you. So you can come up with the command word if you want.
Melon.
Okay, melon it is.
Nerd.
Hope you don't find a melon vendor. Because it'll go off
No.
like crazy.
Worse. It could be worse. We could run into a cabbage vendor. Oh boy.
I mean, there was a meteor.
Oh no. We don't speak of that evil. That evil must remain buried.
And ever. Indeed.
Indeed.
Well, do you use this chance to get a long rest in, everyone?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
And I
Definitely.
spend some time getting to know our new friend, King Jong, since he's the only druid I've met in this entire place who hasn't tried to murder me.
Well, you talk with him in Druidic. He tells you that not many follow Sylvanas anymore. The younger generation has no interest anymore. And with the ancients gone, there is no new Verbigs learning the craft.
Hmm.
You learn about that he tried to teach this craft to his son, but his son preferred brigandry.
Oh shit. Where we found the statue, there was two of your kind.
Hmm. Well, that
What
too
was
is
yours?
part of nature.
Carla just sits nodding along to what's happening. She doesn't know what's happening because she doesn't speak Druidic, but she's just convinced she's too drunk to understand.
Okay, okay.
This is a conversation. No idea what it's about, but it's a conversation.
Carla,
She
you
just
get
wants to
handed
feel
more
included.
berries by Tinjong for some reason.
I was about to say, if Chewbacca's handing her berries, he's only making the situation better. I'm sorry if your son was there. Family is rare for those of us who grow old and dwell in wastes of sand and snow.
Well, it was the life he chose, if it was him, of course.
Hmm.
And such a life oft ends violently. I cannot hold it against you.
I'm glad. "'Tis never good to bear a grudge, though sometimes violence is definitely necessary to protect what is dear to you." Just drunkenly gaze over the group who are probably half blasted in alcohol at this point.
Someone roll me a d20.
Oh no.
Yep, yep. You're about halfway through the barrel. Across like 7 people. Oof. That's a lot of meat that's been drunk.
We're doing it, guys. We're being hip young folks drinking in public.
It's not public, it's a cave.
That's not what young people do. That's definitely not what young people. Well, it's not what I
Depends
do.
on the young people.
That's what
Indeed.
That is very true.
Wait, how old is
Not anymore.
I'm
How old was
confused by this
everyone?
public phrase.
Real life, I'm the baby. In this, I'm not young. But
I'm
Ogren doesn't
gonna
know how old he is.
say that the top 50% are me, Val, and Serenity. The lower half are you three. And the middle would probably be... I'm gonna say Shoes. Is the middle ground?
I meant
No
character
beach,
age.
and car.
Oh!
His character. I
Oh!
was just letting him dig his hole. I was
Yeah.
just,
Yeah, don't worry.
Well, character age, I know who the oldest is.
Oh, are you sure about that?
Because Carla's like 30.
Ogren doesn't know.
Yep, Ogren wouldn't know.
Nope.
You can estimate.
How old
Indeed.
was yeah.
No,
I think we know. Actually, there is potential that Hussein is the oldest.
Hmm.
Ogren has only experienced one winter, therefore Ogren is 1 year old.
Ogren has not experienced just one winter. He spent a lot of his life out on the sea where he experienced many winters.
Would he even know it was a winter? It was full of water.
Well, you can tell. There are
You
seasons
can
on the
tell.
sea.
Damn.
I've literally forgotten where my conversation was.
But
You
you're,
also-
you're expecting Ogren to remember numbers.
Yes. You also get told
That's true.
about other caves like this and how to find them. In case you need shelter in the wild.
Well, that is very useful information.
However, some of them might not be maintained or safe, for that matter, but it's better than being out in the wild.
Indeed. Hmm. Well, I'm glad to see you're doing well, despite everything.
Well as it is possible in this endless winter.
Hmm.
I see her every night, you know.
Hmm? Ice Claw?
No. The lady.
The lady. Oh.
Every night. Oh, what do you mean? No, wait, I don't understand.
It's still druidic.
Nope. It's still druidic. You see the Frostmaiden out here.
She passes overhead on her rock.
Where does she go?
She comes flying in from over the sea and returns there at daybreak.
Over the sea. Oh. Why would she be out there?
That I do not know.
We, at least I think we met her.
In
Or
that case,
semblance.
you are fortunate to still be alive.
Unlike her servant, which was very strange. He was alive, but not.
There are many things that are alive, even if they shouldn't be.
He's returned to the soil. Hopefully something of worth rises from his soil.
One can hope.
Well, thank you for everything. You saved our lives and told us something we most definitely need to tell the others about, though I worry what some of them might do. Rashness is strong in the youthful.
Indeed.
I'll offer him my last cup of Yeti wine, which is basically just a Yeti horn full of mead.
Indeed.
Well, I should rest. Thank you for everything, brother.
You're welcome. And he goes to turn in for the night. Well, what counts as night in these parts?
I just sit there for a while, observing everyone. And then I
Ogren
go
is
sit down next
snoring
to...
very loudly.
I go sit next to Chewbacca if he's still out.
Is he still out? Yeah, he is.
just sort of pat him on the head. Settling against the wall.
Everyone going to sleep? Trying to sleep it off, I guess.
Sleeping it
Yeah.
off.
Yep.
Sleeping it off.
Well,
Yeah,
in that
Primora
case,
will head inside and also go to sleep.
everyone gets a long rest in.
Nice. We didn't die to a bloody dragon.
Everyone do me a con save once you wake up, though.
Oh, this is gonna be bad.
Do I have disadvantage because me?
Oh no.
Not on this check.
I'm awake.
Well,
For
Ranmir and Karis, you have a massive hangover. Other than that, you feel fine.
I feel awful.
I just take one look at them and start trying to brew tea.
Oh yeah,
Karis just growls and then clutches her head.
that's fine.
Karis makes sense. Ranma is just an embarrassment to dwarves.
Oh
I
yeah.
know.
Yeah,
He's
it
drunk. He's drunk the most out of all of you. He's at
But
least
still.
got a gallon in him.
Wait,
Sure,
Ranma
fine.
drank the most?
Yep.
Was Ogren slacking?
Yes.
I have been well trained in drinking. Okay.
Was
I'm a
Carla talking?
pirate. I'm a
Ogren-
Oh god, that's a good
pirate.
point.
Ogren
It's
was too
over
busy
one thing, but
messing
Carla.
about with his harpoons. Euphemism.
Did he outdrink Carla? That is a
God
genuine
damn it.
question.
He probably did.
Jeez.
That explains the
slacking, man.
hangover. He didn't want to get beaten by a halfling.
Especially like Carl.
I'll just pat them on the head and offer them tea.
You okay?
Karis winces and takes the tea and tells him to shut the hell up.
Okay. Okay. Ranmir?
What?
Tea?
I'll take the tea.
Anyone else look like shit?
No, the others look fine.
I offer them tea anyway, since I have it.
Indeed.
So,
Where are we going?
good question. We don't have any real reason to go to the Jarl meeting for another half month. It's not safe near Tagus or the other houses yet. Should we...
The day of the sacrifice would have passed by now. It
Oh,
was the new
then-
moon.
Then we definitely have to head to Bryn Shander. We have a lot of things to do there.
Mm-hmm.
So we can stop by Brabant and Tagus along the way.
Sounds like
Indeed.
a plan.
To Brabant.
Let's take a 5-minute break because I need to be right back.
Okie dokie.
Did we sell the gold?
What was that?
Did we what?
Did we sell
I
the
don't
gold?
think so.
Oh no, we didn't.
Still just laying around in the cave.
Shady.
I'm concerned.
Yeah?
I just looked in the chat.
Yup.
What?
If you
I found
pull
it.
that off,
I found it and I thought it was so good.
if you pull that off, come on, be impressed that you didn't die. But we've learned something. One, the panic verbi didn't try and kill us. It was actually a really good friend. Two, the dragon supposedly will come murder our asses. But she's also going to die in either the next few hundred years very, very soon. Which means we'll have an ancient white dragon body laying around somewhere with a big angry corpse wizard on its back, or a corpse wizard that's going to walk away.
Ooh, the souvenirs I
saw
could
this.
get from that body.
I
Indeed.
saw this. We need a short person to stab the wizard, and then all the zombies will die.
I've seen that movie. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's how it works.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
That's guaranteed how that works, yeah.
Mhm.
Now,
So
we have
so
a
we go
major
through the back.
problem. We have an extremely unpleasant problem. If we're going to deal with the Frostmaiden's curse, or whatever the hell she's doing, she's kind of in the middle of the goddamn ocean.
Yeah, we're gonna need a
Yeah.
boat.
We're
have to
gonna
have
need a boat.
Yeah,
we're gonna have
that's
to-
what concerns me.
Or we're
We're
gonna have to
gonna
lure
need
her
a-
to land.
She has a rock. She can
Yeah.
just
You know-
leave.
You know what that means?
We
No,
gotta
That
kill the
means
rock first.
Ogren's gonna be the captain.
I'm not letting you be the captain. I am putting
the only one that has any
Brimora
idea
in
what
charge
I'm
before
doing.
you.
Do you?
I don't
Do
care.
you
If I had a
really?
choice between captains,
Yes, I'm
This
the one that knows
entire
how to
crew.
work a boat.
that just means you're going to be a ship hand because you'll be the only one who can work the boat. I'm going to
Yep.
put
Yes, which
Rambier
means
on the
I'm gonna be
captain's
the one
card.
that's having to teach you all how to do it.
Nope, I'm putting Rambier in charge if it comes to that. Him or
We'll
Bran
just
are the
have a
only two I
cobalt
trust as
crew.
leaders.
We just take the kobolds from Tourmaline, and they will be our crew.
Oh my god, we're gonna be pirates of kobold physicians.
I thought you didn't like pirates.
I know, but we'll have kobolds, so
He's just
it's a
setting
different
himself up for
story.
when the
You
Burke
are
comes in.
You are so confusing.
Also,
Is it just me?
people still don't answer on how old are your characters.
Oh, if you want an actual answer, I'm nearly 100.
Yeah.
Early middle age, like 40.
I'm in my
Moral,
60s.
Do you want to reveal that information, Brimore?
looks like an adult dwarf.
Yeah, which could be anywhere between 30 and 500.
Brimora is around 70, 80 years old. She looks like that.
Carla's like 30.
Ogren
So,
is bald, lots of wrinkles, lots of scars. He's seen a lot. You don't know how old he is.
he's 16. He's been in the ocean. He's just withered up and got that whole pruning thing going.
No, Ogren is in his 50s, but he doesn't know that.
Jesus Christ.
He's almost dead of old age.
Holy shit, he is nearly dead of old age if he's a half-orc.
Yeah. Ogren's old.
Oh my god, we know how we're going to kill off Ogre. He's going to die of old age. And we will have to do nothing.
Wait, how old did you say Prusen is?
Rusan, he's about 78, 79.
Okay.
He's been around a while. He will also probably outlive everyone here who isn't a dwarf or an elf.
Well, maybe. Unless the
What does
dragon
that
finds
mean,
us.
Randy?
I just
Unless
mean
you're
unless the
dragon
dragon
smite.
finds us.
How old are you, Randy?
I'm in my 60s.
Ah, so I am older than you, and you will probably outlive me.
So yeah,
That sounds
Ogren,
so debatable.
Ogren will be the first to die of old age. If that's
Oh,
what he
yeah.
wants to find out.
Well, not technically. There is a wild card who may or may not be fibbing about something.
No, Ogren will be the first to die of old age.
Mm,
There is no wild card.
Carla will make sure she doesn't die of old age.
That makes
she
sense.
will die of bounty hunters before she dies of old age.
Or just,
Anyway.
I don't know, orgy suffocation. Just, who knows?
Wait,
Something hedonistic.
yeah,
we start
don't,
heading towards
don't
Bridge
involve
now?
Rusan in that, please. I don't think his poor
He will
heart
not.
could handle that.
You're also not.
Rustan's going to be the one doing it.
That is not something you want to put in your head.
Anyway, we moving on.
Yeah.
We're waiting
No,
for Val
we
first.
just-
Oh, wait, no, Val
Oh.
comes back, but yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
Yeah, that's why we're talking shit.
gotcha.
That's why
Yeah,
we're talking.
Ogren was on that pirate ship for an awful long time.
Wait,
How old is McGurk? If he's
if
older
you're
than
that
Ogre.
old, then technically, how old? How old did you say you were? 50 something?
In his 50s, yeah.
Interesting. How
Would I have
old
been
did
on
I
the
say
ship
McGurk
before
was?
McGurk?
You were on the ship before McGurk. Goblins
Oh.
live shorter lives than you do.
Oh, yeah. Oops.
I thought you were still a boy.
No. He
That's
acts
If
like a
you were-
child. He acts like a child because his childhood was being raised by pirates. He never had a proper childhood.
Yeah, so you're older than McGurk by a good bit.
Yep.
Because McGurk is old for a goblin, which isn't that long.
Yep.
Because they
Why
live
are
to
there
what,
so
60?
many old characters in this party?
My backup is even older.
My backup.
My backup will be older too. I really need to put her on paper.
I
My
don't think my backup
secondary?
has an age yet.
My secondary is questionable. It's kind of in the air at the moment for reasons.
Nope, my backup doesn't have an age yet.
I don't technically have a proper backup yet for this campaign, but I've
Yeah,
got
mine's-
backup for other campaigns I can just slot in.
My
Hmm.
yeah, no, my
Absolutely.
backup for this campaign is like explicitly much older.
Hmm.
And I'm back. Sorry, I got held
Howdy.
up a little
And
bit.
Val, we discovered a minor law break at some point.
Okay.
A plot hole, if you will.
Yeah, Ogren's older than McGurk by a lot.
Huh. That is a plot hole a little bit.
Yeah,
Ogren's older than everyone thought.
Yep.
by
Yep.
a lot. I
Yep.
thought he was in like his 20s. He's in his 50s.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. He sure is.
He's bald, massive wrinkles. He was described that way.
We thought you were just wrinkled from salt.
No.
I mean, he was a captain, so you don't become captain very young.
Wait, he was a captain.
At some point, yeah. When McGurk ran off.
To actually let him be the captain.
Oh. See, I didn't know that as McGurk either. McGurk would have known that, but I didn't.
Well, scrap a Gurk, make someone new.
Why do you think he's the one that got named? You don't just get a random midshipman that gets a name.
Indeed.
No. Good thing my secondary has other issues,
Yep.
of which
They-
even I'm not aware of
They
yet.
will come to light if it comes to that.
Yeah, don't. I do, but I really don't want you to hurt my boy. He's suffered enough.
Indeed.
Has he
At least he
though?
didn't get tripped by the dragon. We survived that dragon through sheer bullshittery. The
Well, yeah.
cheese.
Oh yes.
And outside help. A
Yep.
lot
Yes.
of outside help.
But if that bubble wasn't there, the breath would have probably killed us.
Yeah, it would have.
Yes.
Yes.
We would have been
You made it
adventure
mad.
seekers.
Shouldn't have made it mad.
Yeah. Well, not we made it mad. Someone made it mad.
Someone
Wasn't all
made it
of us.
mad,
Hey.
indeed.
The
The rest
snoot
of
was
us were
there to be
crying in a
booped.
corner.
Hey,
You're lucky it didn't hold its action to rip your arm off as it came through the bubble.
The arm never went through the bubble, just the axe.
It could have stolen your axe.
I have another one.
He has a
Yeah,
spare
no,
battle axe, indeed.
Carl is pushing him out next time.
Let's not push him
I'd
out.
like to see Carla
Good luck
try
with,
to push
good
out
luck with the strength
Ogren.
check.
She has
Paris-
a perk.
Paris will
She
just
has a
use her-
perk on her Eldritch Blast. She can literally shove you the hell out.
Oh yeah, she
Paris will
can.
just use her Fey presence
Yeah.
and just scare him out.
Hmm.
I hit with both, I can hit you for 20 foot.
Well, did you decide where you wanted to travel next?
Yeah,
Prime
I think we
Chamber.
determined we're going to Bremen first,
Yeah,
and then we're
Bremen,
going to
Targos,
swoop down
Prime Chamber.
Targos and Quinshanda.
What kind of
Unless
pace
we
would
want
you
to
like to set?
line. Do we want to go fast or do we want to go carefully?
Also, let's go faster this time. We can then try and get to Bremen and have a warm bed soon.
Hmm,
So only one stop?
I guess only one stop, yeah.
Fine.
I can carry you if I have to.
Would you
Brain.
like to predict the weather?
Oh, absolutely. I forgot to predict the weather. I'm losing my touch. Yeet. Today's weather.
Snowstorm, but not a blizzard.
No storm.
It's okay for now. Shall we?
Well,
Yeah.
you set off, travel south and east. It's tough going. It's snowing rather heavily. The
I thought you
wind.
said it wasn't snowing.
Snowstorm. I said
Small snow.
snowstorm, but not blizzard.
Oh, I misheard.
Indeed.
Deadly sharks, be gone.
You lied to us, Rusan.
I misread the weather. Never trust a weatherman, okay?
Terrace just growls at him.
So never trust
Alright.
you. Got it.
Hey,
What?
no.
You're doing what you said.
Bad Ogren. Bad.
Bad
Let's
Rosa.
just keep
Bad.
walking.
Halfway through the trip, you stop, nibble on some rations. You set off again. And as it gets towards evening, you see 4 figures walking through the snow towards you.
Carla, get behind me.
Do we recognize them?
You haven't seen anyone like this before.
What do I see with my big old fat eyes?
Do me a perception check.
Yep.
You see lightly clothed people, hair flowing in the wind, limbs and faces blackened by frostbite,
Ah,
weapons clutched tightly in their hands. Everyone, do me a stealth check.
Oh, bollocks. Oh,
Oh.
oh, whoa.
Oh.
What?
Yeah.
God.
Well,
Ah!
they've
These are
seen
good.
It
you.
was the group stealth check.
Carla like throws some snow in front of Ogren and re-roll that.
Reroll it. Oh, thank. Oh. Don't do it again, though. Thank you. Oh,
Well, they have not seen you then.
I just immediately go flat on the snow and just sort of watch.
Do we attack them?
Shh, no. No point.
We could test out the harpoon gun. No, wait, what's it called? Ballista.
We could. Also, they're kind of, part of the Frostmaiden, part of your thing for Pan, Not Pan, Sylvanus. Wrong nature god.
how do you know?
Oh, was that all in Druidic?
It sure was.
Indeed.
Bother.
Yep.
Lots of chirping going on over there.
Hmm. It's a weird conversation. Hmm. Are they just standing there, or are they slowly walking?
They're slowly walking in this direction. They also seem to be carrying an animal corpse.
That's weird. What do they want with the dead body? Carla, can Red follow them? Find out where they're going.
Carla?
Yes. Yeah, Carla gets Red to pop out, whispers him instructions, and then he starts flying off and turns invisible.
Okay. You want to play by play, or does he come back and report back what he saw?
He's gonna report back.
Okay, you wait in the snow. You lose sight of the figures. And after a while, Red comes back to you. Do I whisper to you what he saw? Yeah, I guess I'll do that.
They've made a camp and stripped the meat from the animal corpse. But now they're headed back in this direction.
We should investigate the camp while they're gone. I don't think they're smart enough to hide their tracks, at least.
They're heading this way.
We need to.
Oh.
We need to either prepare to fight or move.
We can't let them stay alive, but I was hoping to find out what they were doing.
Do you know who they are?
They're not alive. Or if they are in more pain than any man can bear. Karis, what do
Yes?
you think?
If we want to investigate the camp, we should kill them first.
Bren?
They might hurt others they meet. So
That's enough for me.
You want to set up
Do
an
I see them
ambush?
coming? Indeed.
Okay. I'll need to improvise for a second.
Question.
Yeah.
If we're doing an ambush, would that give me time to load, aim, and prepare the harpoon?
Oh, I would say it do.
The do that I do.
Okay,
Because if that's the case, I would like to get that all prepared.
not quite the right terrain. Ignore the water at the bottom, but this will do. Can you use Slidey McSledface as a stand-in for the harpoon for now?
I see nothing. Oh, there I am. It is pitch black. If I do this. Nope, pitch black.
Excuse me, why is it pitch black? You should have vision.
No vision
I
for
can
me, I'm
see.
afraid.
None of you can see? Or
I can see.
I can
I
see.
can.
I
can
can't
see
see them,
everything.
but I can see.
Is it
uh,
nighttime?
Should not be nighttime, hang on. Oh yeah, it's because I improvised this map. Let's do... Whoop. How about now?
There we go, now I can see.
There's no natural light on this map, so now there is.
And that made it get darker for me for whatever reason.
How does that
No,
work?
I can see everything.
Who knows?
According to Red, they're gonna come from this direction down here. They are not here yet. Let me just...
I was gonna say I can see them.
What do you do to prepare this ambush?
Ogren would like to load and then aim the harpoon.
When I saw them, did any of them have long range, or did they just have sharp objects like swords and spears, or just crap?
It was hard to tell, but you think they were just armed with sharp objects.
In that case, where did you say they were coming from? The south?
Southeast, from there-ish.
Okay.
That direction, if you can see my ping.
Yep.
In that case, I want to set up. How long does this last? Let me just check how long this lasts. 10 minutes. That's plenty of time. I cast this.
Ooh, where are you casting it?
I'm filling this entire area with it.
Ooh, I might be able to help you there. Oh, perfect. Okay. If you tell me where to do it, I can cast.
Let me just get out my thingamy. So I want it in a 20-foot radius.
Okay.
So the best spot would be from here to here. It's basically this entire area is just
Okay.
shagged full of it.
Okay. On top of that, I'm going to use that and create the image of a small camp with a couple people sleeping by a fire.
Oh!
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 Does that override the DC check to see the spikes?
That is a good question. One would be wisdom, one would be investigation, right?
Which is
Yeah,
intelligence.
separate
Yeah.
checks.
Separate checks.
Need to quickly do something for Ogren over here. Let me double check that.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how to do it with all like the strength modifiers and the proficiency and.
I'd say the image kind of disguises it because the perception is to see it, and what you're seeing is the major image. So you'd have to see through the image before you can even see the spikes.
I think that's correct for the input here for this attack.
Oh, okay. Do you want me to try it out?
No,
I just realised
we'll do it live.
Fair enough.
We'll do it live. I just realised the interaction between spike growth and repelling blast.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Yep.
This is
Also-
why I love spike growth, because of all the dumb shit of any movement you force still affects it.
Okay, I need.
Question. You said the harpoon has a rope on it.
Yes.
No.
Is there a way to, pull it back and reel it back in
Yes.
on it?
I mean, that's the point of the harpoon.
Perfect.
It's
Oh my
wireless
god, if
harpoon.
we catch someone, we're going to yo-yo them across. We're going to just yo-yo them straight through basically the worst sandpaper in the world, and then just push
So
them
where
back and forth
exactly would you
across it.
like this?
Hang on. I wanted it right around centered here. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do this.
Down here.
Right there. Yeah, from where they were coming from.
Okay. You can try and position yourself better. Take some cover. Make some cover. Make
Hang on,
hidey
I'm trying to
holes,
check
if you
my
like.
thingies to see things real quick. None of them have really good range. I'm gonna. Is this cliff edges here?
Where exactly?
Is that up? Is this a height,
On the left
or is
bank.
this just
5 feet.
5 feet? So they could still climb up there, but it'd be harder for them.
I mean, Ogren kind of wants to be close because once he's fired the harpoon, he wants to charge in.
Did you tell him about the dangerous terrain?
I assume we would have. He's dumb enough to walk into us, so we would have warned him about it.
Carla's gonna do something which is probably a mistake, but
Mhm.
she's gonna cast Fly on Ogren.
Oh. Oh.
You've just killed the campaign and everyone in it. Oh no. Why would you give that boy Fly?
Hey, if I lose concentration, it could kill him.
It's true.
Okay, never mind. That's a good idea. Do it. Do it harder. Give him double fly so he goes twice as high.
What do you have against my characters, Tombo?
Well,
Tried to,
fine.
you immediately tried to kill McGurk. Now I have a problem with him.
I'll cast aid on 3rd level. On Ogre,
Ooh.
myself, and
Ooh.
someone else.
Ooh, more hit points.
Who's
I'll
going to
just
be
make
up
Gremora
close
because I'll
apart
be
from
here.
you two?
Yeah, I'll need to be here anyways.
So my max is currently.
Plus 10 on that.
Is it
Yeah.
plus 10?
3rd
I thought it
level,
was
you
just
said?
5.
On 3rd level.
Oh,
So 15.
I am a.
Oh no,
I
just
am
10.
at the perfect number of HP.
Oh, I can only wonder what that is. Oh,
Nice.
I am so surprised. Sigh.
Are you all in position?
Indubitably.
Yep.
In that
I've not really
case,
thought this is the start of the shindig, but
I'm holding a frostbite.
Watch it be all cold light walkers, whatever the hell they are, and we just made a horrible, horrible mistake. Oh no, that's something completely different.
you see 4
what?
humanoids walk out of the distance. They stop confused at the camp in front of them, where there wasn't one before. It would just be an int check, I think. They have no idea and they charge in. 5, 10. 5, 10. 5, 15. 20. The first time they enter this, what happens to them? Because it's spiky.
For every 5 feet they travel inside this, so for every square they move, they take 2d4 piercing. And they'll
Okay,
have
yeah.
no idea why, except for there's a camp here and it hurts.
6, 4, 4. Oof, that's a lot of. Roll me 2 times 64 for these boys and 44 for the other 2.
Okay, so 2t2. Wait, hang on. 4 for 2 of them and 2 for the rest?
No. Roll. So,
64.
twice.
64, 44, 44.
Correct.
So I'll do the 4d4s because I could just do that like this. Bam. Bam. And dash up.
Are you rolling to GM?
We're rolling to GM, so you
Oh,
can
Yes.
why is it rolling? It's rolling to GM. Let me turn that off. And slash, 64. Slash, 64.
You hear confused shouts and swears. And they swing wildly about them.
They can speak.
Everyone else, what would you like to do in your surprise round?
I would like to fire my harpoon.
At which one of these boys?
I think that one is the furthest away. It's
Alright.
moving closer.
Roll me the attack.
Oh,
Yep, it hits!
Jesus.
Roll me the damage. Jesus Christ!
Got to be dead before we pull him here.
Oh my
I think he just-
god.
Oh my
I
god!
think cheese
You
grating a
just
corpse.
deleted one of them.
No, he's seriously injured. He's got a harpoon stuck through him.
Does he get pulled?
We gotta pull it back.
That would be
Oh,
another
That's
action.
an action.
Oh, that's an action.
Ogren
Yeah,
would
I will
like
pull
to.
it.
Ogren would like to. Ogren would like to rage,
Indeed.
and he's flying, so he's got 60 feet of movement.
Indeed. But you already used your action, remember that.
Indeed. And he's just gonna go say hi.
Indeed.
Go stand further away so they come to you and get horribly mauled by spikes.
It's true.
That would work, but you know,
It's Ogren.
fair enough.
Yeah, truly, he's too goddamn stupid. Ugh.
What would
It's
everyone
fine,
else
the other
like
two
to
will come
do?
to me.
Well-
Carla is gonna Eldritch Blast this boy and this boy. Actually, I'll do this boy then this boy.
Okay, which one are you doing first? And do your rolls.
This one.
Okay. Yeah, that hits.
So
Does it
plus
get-
3 cold, and then push
Let
it back
me,
10 foot.
Let me check. Okay, plus 3, so that's 12 damage.
Yeah,
Also, Ogre, I'm sorry, but
and
there's a
push it back
reason I
10
didn't want you
foot.
to get in point blank with them.
It's fine.
No,
I'm
it's
raging.
not.
1, 2, 44, please.
44.
Oh
Yup.
wow.
Ow,
Yep.
jeez.
I rolled first.
Nice.
And then I'll just blast on this one.
Mm-hmm. That hits. Roll me some damage. And 2d4 while you're at it. So that's
At least
10
it-
damage.
Yeah,
And he's out of the spikes and very confused.
yeah.
Okay. That
And then
leaves...
she's just gonna be like ha 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 ha, ha and just kind of like
Moon them.
bring out
Moon them.
she's gonna moon them.
That leaves Ranir, Karis, and Truson. Which one would like to do
Okay.
things first?
I'll let you guys go first, because what I'm gonna do is gonna suck.
I'm gonna break concentration so the image will go away. At
Indeed.
this point, doesn't matter. And
No.
then I'm gonna toss an Eldritch Orb at this poor bastard
Oh. Okay.
because he's well. Nah,
Doesn't hit.
Nope.
Ranir,
Which one of them has the...
the one next to Ogren. You crank
If
the
I-
crank.
If I pull it, would Ogren get an attack of opportunity?
Would he?
No, it's forced
No.
movement.
I mean, the poor bastard's gonna get dragged
Probably
through
not,
a bunch of
no.
spikes.
Yeah, I'll just
Yeah.
drag him here.
Do me a strength check. Okay, he gets dragged. 1, 2, 44, please.
40. A little bit away. Yeah.
Oof. He's looking rough.
He's really not dead yet.
Actually, I could still move. Here.
Alright.
And drop my
Sharks.
hammer in there.
Really sharks now.
Actually, to drag it in.
Yep. On this boy?
Yeah, on that.
Yeah, that hits him. Oof.
That's my turn.
Renmora, I guess. What would you like to do? Because are you here? Or are you still muted?
Yeah, I was muted.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm doing a frostbite on this dude.
Which one is this dude?
The harpoon one, I think.
Okay, yeah.
DC 15 con.
Okay, we'll try that. I'm not gonna do that way. I'm gonna do it this way. I learned from my mistakes. Yeah, he did it!
Oh, fucker. Yep, that's what I do.
That still leaves Prusen.
Okay, so I'm gonna need someone to draw me an area 30 feet long by 10 feet wide. So let me just, because I'm gonna hurt some men with one of these.
I mean, something
Like
that area.
that.
Oh,
Can I turn this? I think
me
I
see.
can if I grab it.
So there, 10 feet wide.
No, I can't turn it.
I've got something there. I could change the.
So 5'10" by 30 feet long. So all three of those boys have to make a deck save.
Let's see what kind of
Or
deck's still working.
Face first into the spikes. As the
Oof.
snow disappears, liquefies and lands on them.
Nope.
Nope.
And that was the wrong modifier on there anyways, so... Nope.
Nope.
Yes.
Okay, one takes half damage, and this the other two take full damage and are knocked face first directly into the spikes.
Okay, that's the dragged one over here. Full damage. Ooh, this poor boy. Are they moved? Or,
Nope, they are just knocked face first. They are prone.
And this boy back here was this guy. Takes 14 damage. Ooh. Ooh. You're massacring my boys.
Yep.
And he's prone. And he's prone. Everyone, roll me some initiative, please. Oh, I need to clear the turn order first. Clear.
Oh.
Now do it.
Alright, remember to click on my name and initiative. Wow, typical.
Everyone in?
I think so.
Kala! What would you like to do?
She is going to move closer.
Indeed.
No, what would she like to do? And then she is going to. Which ones are prone?
The one with the snail symbol on them.
Okay.
The one
So
with
she's gonna.
this snail symbol here is also the one with the hook through him.
Yeah, so she's gonna Eldritch Blast this one.
Mm-hmm. That is a miss.
And she's gonna Eldritch Blast him again.
That is a hit, roll me some damage.
So,
Wait, is she doing this to the one who's prone?
No, to the one who isn't.
Ah, I guess, better to say.
Because I know there's
also,
disadvantage.
Aren't these the crazy men with sharp sticks that the werebear mentioned?
So 10, and then she's gonna push it back 10 foot as well.
2d4, please. 46.
So
Okay. Yep. Anything else you'd like to do?
no, she doesn't have anything else really to do.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Don't forget it's difficult terrain.
It's half speed to move through there.
Well, he's taken enough spike. Let's see. I need to do something first. Okay. He lets out a scream and just starts booking it for Ranmir. He attacks recklessly with this. 14. Does not hit
Nope.
you.
It shouldn't hit. Yeah.
17.
No.
15. Nope.
No.
Ranmir, there's a very angry man right in front of you, and he tried to swipe you with his flail.
Well, no, I should get advantage.
You get advantage. That's a hit. 8 damage.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a hit.
You get the advantage too, yeah.
He's still standing.
Oh.
Stay here.
Another very angry man. Ogren. Something's flying for you. It's a javelin.
Hello.
19.
That hits.
Do me a DC 13 con save.
Yep.
And take 3 piercing damage.
Oh, bother. That was a check as well, but it doesn't matter. I wouldn't have passed.
You're poisoned.
Yep. And I
That's
took.
unfortunate.
Only until
Brenmora.
my next turn, though, right?
Indeed.
Okay. I've lost
poison
3
two
of
again?
my disadvantage on
It
attack
gives you
rolls.
disadvantage. Disadvantage on a lot of things, actually. Poison sucks. It is.
Yeah,
Except
disadvantage on
poison.
attack rolls and ability checks.
It's only for a turn, though. It's fine.
Brenmora,
So
anything you'd like to do? Because it is your turn.
I will move up here
Mhm.
and twin cast chromatic orb, a lightning, one on this,
Yep.
and one on this.
Yep.
So first one on the one on Ranmir,
Mm-hmm. That does not hit.
second one on this dude below.
The one around me would have been advantage.
Oh yeah, the one on Ranmir would have been advantage. Do you want to use this roll as the advantage roll and then roll another one for the one down there?
Yeah, I'll use this one as advantage.
Okay, yep, that hits.
So lightning damage. 15.
Yep. 15?
Yeah, a
Oh yeah, higher level
cast.
cast, yep.
Also, the prone one will be disadvantage.
Right, he's prone then. I'll go on this one. I didn't see the slug. Snail, whatever. So the second one goes on this
Yep.
dude. Never mind.
Oof.
I can't hit the standing man.
Indeed.
And that's all I do.
This boy stands up. That's half his movement. And it's difficult
Now,
terrain, right?
here's the thing. He spent half his movement.
Doesn't it say about entering and moving in there?
When a creature moves into or within the area?
He didn't move. He
for
got up.
But he did spend 5 feet or more to travel.
He did not
But he
travel
hasn't-
anywhere.
He
Yeah,
hasn't traveled 5 foot. Yeah,
Didn't go anywhere.
stop rules lawyering.
I'm not.
So
I'm
he's
just
got
trying
15, so he could be.
bait in my
He could
favor.
move 1 square. Instead, Ogren,
Yep.
24,
Javelin coming there.
DC 30. You're already poisoned. It doesn't matter. You take 2 piercing.
Ouch.
However,
I'm at half the temporary hit points.
Ogren, here's your turn to get back at them.
I'm gonna go over and try and coup de grace, as they say.
That doesn't exist in
What
this
language
edition.
is that? Or is it British?
But go for it.
Yeah, with advantage, but I'm poisoned, so just a regular roll, right?
Yeah. Wait, this boy didn't have his turn yet, but he's prone, so yeah, with advantage.
His turn's after mine.
Yep.
So he hasn't reckless yet.
But prone grants advantage.
Oh yeah, it
Indeed.
does. So it's a flat roll. Go for it. Yeah, that hits.
Smack.
Oof. Yep. You smack again.
Yo, he's still kicking? Jeez.
He's still kicking. That does not hit.
It's almost as if he's angry.
It's almost as if
Indeed.
he's angry. Indeed.
Indeed. Well, we'll just both be angry hitting each other for a while.
I am picturing a Moon Knight fight where you and Taskmaster are just slapping each other until the end of time.
He's now on his feet, very angry at you. He's gonna
You've got to
smack
remember
you.
the whole time Ogren is also flying. Which makes the image even funnier.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Very mad boy chops you with his axe. And hits!
Oof.
Take
I'll play it.
7 bludgeoning.
Okay.
Ugh. Take another 9 bludgeoning.
Okay.
Have you lost your
Ah!
bone of
What?
Oh my god!
Take another
Jesus!
Take another
I'm
4
glad
bludgeoning. Jesus
I'm
Christ!
glad he's hitting you and not me, because that would kill me.
That
I
will
think
that will
we're
kill
gonna
everyone
now.
except for.
Do I need to make 3 poison saves now? Because I just cured my poisoning.
Yes, you need to.
Right? 1. Oh, piss.
You're
I'm
poisoned. Brusan, you're up.
I don't know. That is just an awful situation.
Giannis would have killed everyone
What is the
else.
distance from here? Was it? Hang on, I need to have the distance checker. It's more than 60 feet.
You
Shit.
can move in and then throw.
You know what? Yeah, screw it. I'm gonna. I could be able to move my token. 5, 10, 15, 20. 5. How far is that? Is that close enough yet? Just. Pebble.
Do it.
Doing a pebble. Yeah.
That misses.
Nah,
Wait,
man.
did he rage it? He raged?
Oh yeah, he did. So roll again.
Roll again. Yeah.
That hits.
Better.
We'll take
No
the 8
pebble off the top
bludgeoning
of the
though.
noggin.
How would you like to do this?
As those two are having a little hissy fit, I just sort of skim a rock off the ground, ricochet it straight up his nose, and take off the front of his head.
Slumps to the ground. Dead. Garrus.
Nice.
Alrighty. I think. Oh, I didn't mean to click that. That wasn't.
It's not what you wanted to do.
Nope. Well, it might actually end up being what I wanted to. Why isn't it coming up as an? Okay.
You're clicking from the spell list or the attacks on the front?
The spell list.
In that case, it would.
you forget how many cantrips and how many spells I have. They don't all show up. Put them all.
Oh, I see.
And so they're not all there. We'll go ahead and on this guy. My roll 20 is freezing. That's not helpful.
Yep.
Oh no.
There we go. Nope, it's fine. I was on the wrong thing. I was still on the measuring tool. We're gonna hit him with chill touch.
Yeah, that hits. What does this do?
Nice.
It does 14 damage,
Oof.
and he can't regain hit points, and he has disadvantage on attack rolls against
How
me.
would you like to do this?
He basically gets. You know, in this is going to be a very old thing. So here's something for the old people. In the original Clash of the Titans movie, when Zeus crushes the little clay figures, that's what happens, but with a ghostly skeletal hand
Oof.
to this poor guy.
Oof. Brutal. I need to move him over here so I can... Splat. Brutal.
You have made a
Clash
grievous
of the
error.
Titan.
Kala.
Hush now, young man.
Even I've heard of that.
Kala, you're up. How long does this
Kala.
terrain last, by the way?
10 minutes.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it ain't going anywhere anytime soon.
Kala is going to surprise, surprise.
Eldritch Blast.
this guy.
Yep.
Yep. I'm assuming that hits.
That hits, yep. Roll me some damage.
Oh, great.
3 and 2d4.
Plus
2d4.
plus 3 cold as well.
Oh, so 4.
Question. Can anyone turn ogre in blue?
Why?
It's going to cost a lot.
So that's 10.
So we can
Alright.
turn him into a spooky ghost man
no.
flying around with an axe.
No. But maybe Karis with Mage Aim.
This one, yeah.
And,
Since it's a spell, I've already used it. But I could always hocus pocus him and give him fun effects.
That hits. Roll me some damage.
Nice.
oh, those are not great rolls.
Okay. This boy is dead. Ramir. The lad in front of you is dead. What would you like to do?
Well, they are too far for my hammer. So I guess I'll just throw one of these things. That's this one.
Okay, Sacred Flame on the bright one. This one here.
Yeah.
So it's just deck save or they get hit, right?
Yeah.
Whoop. Oh, never mind. Yeah, you hit him. 13 radiant damage. Okay.
And I'll stay here.
Well, he didn't like that one bit. 10, 20, 30. Then he chucks something at you, Ranmir. A javelin. 17 does not hit. Well, Brenmora.
Yeah, let's try that again. From where you go?
What's the range on the orb?
60 feet. I
Uh,
should have.
The guy back here might not be in range. Oh,
He's
he is.
exactly in
He's
range.
perfectly in range. Good. Good. Go for it. Which one
So-
first?
The closer one.
That hits. Roll me some damage.
Oh. Neat.
Oof. Spicy.
That's spicy. And the second one.
Yeah, that hits. Roll me
Yeah.
some damage.
Eh.
They're still standing.
Yep. And bonus action, I'll burn a spell slot. But that's my stuff.
What do you burn it for?
To get sorcery points.
Oh, okay. Makes sense. Hmm. Let me do a wisdom save with him to see if he's smart enough to not spike himself. Oh, he's a moron.
I mean, they seem similar to Ogren, so probably not.
2... 44. Ogren. Javelin. 12.
That doesn't hit.
Ogren! Here's your chance.
Right. And now we try and bop him again. I do reckless, so I get a normal roll.
Yep. No, you didn't need to. He's reckless.
Oh, he did reckless. So there's no point me recklessing then.
Yes. So it's a straight roll for you.
Indeed. Smack.
Yeah, that hits. How would you like to do this?
Oh, hey. I just want to bop him slightly on the noggin.
Yeah, he goes
as I'm
down.
above. Wonderful.
Blech.
And then I zoom over to this one.
Indeed.
And I bop him too.
Do it.
Bop.
Hits. Damage.
Bop.
Still standing.
Damage rolls haven't been great. Indeed. Well, that's my turn.
Fruson.
Dum 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 dum. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. He's in range. I now pronounce you pebbled. Yeah.
Yeah, that hits. 4 bludgeoning damage.
I can only throw 1 pebble.
Oof. I mean,
And I don't think anyone's taken significant enough damage to bother trying to heal yet, so...
Garrus, you're up.
Alright, I'll move a little closer.
Indeed.
Let me make sure I'm close enough. Not quite. Okay.
Do it.
I mean, I gotta.
What's... What? Wait, okay. Oh, you're orbing. Okay.
That's what you're doing. It's like, nope, gotta.
Do me a dex save, Ogren.
I'll give you cookies if you fail. You've passed. Never mind, no cookies for you.
Okay, that's 5 force damage.
No cookies
So-
for Ogren.
Fine, I'll share my cookies.
2 force damage
Wait.
on Ogren.
No, no.
Ogren, we can get cookies down at Brown. We could talk to the halfling lady. She has cookies.
It's no damage because he succeeded.
It's on a failed save, half.
Yeah, but it's on a successful save, none.
Oh yeah, well, yeah, right, of course. Never mind.
We have this issue every time because the
Yeah.
wording is weird.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
got it. Yeah, you're right. Never mind. Gala, can you do this?
Surprising no one, she is going to Eldritch Blast.
Do it.
If only you had the pulling one.
Roll me some damage.
Oh,
That's
Plus 3.
12 damage. Okay.
And
Still
not
standing.
push. She's not pushing.
Okay. Do it again. I
hmm.
dare you. You did it again.
You were dead.
Not quite.
Ah, damn it. I want
Ramir,
to kill something.
Ramir, you're up.
You contributed.
what's he reckless?
something.
Oh, was the guy reckless?
Yeah, it
You'll
was.
get
Yeah, it
advantage.
was. You do.
Excellent. Damn.
Does not hit. That does. That does exactly enough damage. How would you like to do this?
Nice. Well, what the hell was this fish called? I don't remember anymore. The fish hammer blows through his head, and it reminds Ogrun of his, like, the guy who died to the fish while he was fishing.
The knucklehead trout.
Yeah, the knucklehead trout.
Oof.
Oh,
Oof.
you remember using a knucklehead trout as a weapon?
It's a knucklehead
No,
trout
that-
hammer, yeah.
Which is
Yeah,
yeah.
the head of the hammer is shaped like that.
That's amazing.
Have you not looked at his
You
drawing?
not look at this. It's amazing.
If you
I
zoom in,
have.
if you zoom in, it's a knucklehead trout on a stick.
That's amazing.
Speaking of,
It was
this
the best
boy
thing.
is
Ooh,
dead.
teleported.
So, just saying, I'm pretty sure I have a suspicion of who those boys are. But why they're up here, not where they were said to have been, I don't know.
That's a good question.
Hmm.
With that,
Ogrun has no idea.
And dispelling the spike growth, because there's no more use for it right now.
I can no longer pick it up for some reason.
Damn it, roll 20.
Ogrun's
That's
just gonna
huge,
fly
whatever.
about for a bit.
I'll give roll 20 cookies too if they let Val delete things.
I've made a monster.
Yeah.
Oh
it's
no,
not
what
on
have you
here.
done? Oh, Owen. Did you put it on the map layer?
I
Is that why you
checked,
can't
it's
touch
not
it?
on the map layer.
Okay, then I have no idea what you've done with it. Are you
Can you
using the
just
click
click all
tool?
lines? Oh,
I'd also
Ogrun
like
would
to
like
look
to.
the thing over in front of me.
Hands
Ogrun
off.
would like,
Who's on this one first? Get out of here.
Ogrun would like to land and retrieve his harpoon bolt.
Okay, do me a
There's a
strength check
person.
on the harpoon bolt. Karis, his body has taken some punishment. His nose is missing. And, he's still clutching his weapon. A battle axe. Made out of some sort of black material.
Oh no.
I take the. Well, I call Ranmir over to take a look at the battle axe. I've learned
Can
better
I
than.
can I take a look at this thing in front of me?
Yeah, you can.
Anything about it familiar?
You know exactly what these axes and weapons are made of.
Bad stuff. Okay.
Do I have any idea what they're made of?
You've seen this material before. It's somewhat quote unquote common, but you've not worked with it before. It's not something the dwarves bother with. Prusa and Kala, do me investigation checks.
Investigation. I'm terrible. By a lot.
Yeah, Kala has proficiency at this, and no one ever asked.
Hmm.
So does Karis.
Fruitson is terrible at everything. You let him talk. It's literally on you guys to stop us.
Kala,
No,
you
it's too much
notice a somewhat familiar glint on one of the berserker's fingers. There's a ring there.
Kala's not gonna take the ring off the finger, but she's gonna take out her dissection knife, and she's gonna hack off the hand.
The whole hand.
The whole hand.
Why use a knife for that? I've got an axe.
Because she has a knife.
It's one
She
of
has
her
a
many knives.
dissection knife.
She
Then
has a
take off
knife
the
of hand
finger.
removal. But that...
Anyway, did I get my harpoon back with my roll?
Yes, you did.
Okay, good. I might have accidentally made the body slightly messier.
You sure
Sorry,
did.
Roxanne.
It was impaled in a field of caltrops. I'm sure it's fine.
Just here's Johnny just splits it in half to retrieve the bolt.
field of gore on the snow.
Gross.
The corpse in front of me is still clutching the weapon, right?
Yes, yes it is.
Okay. Don't touch the weapons. Don't.
Hmm?
If they're
Why?
still
They-
clutching onto it, don't touch it.
What?
It's that weird metal again.
Yeah.
I'll just poke you with a stick.
Don't touch it, please.
Okay.
It's just metal. No
No.
use to me.
No, it's not just metal.
Hmm? Isn't
It's-
metal just metal? Or
Not
is it
this.
magic?
I cast
This-
detect magic.
This is magical. The bad kind of magic.
That just tells you a school of magic, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, it's a bad kind of magic.
Does this tell you a school? No, does not. I don't think
No
it
school?
does. No school.
But is it magical?
Yeah, it sure is.
Hmm.
Anything else magical?
The thing Kala's holding is definitely magical.
Hmm? Carla,
She's chopped the hand off of one of them.
when did you start behaving like Karis?
How dare you?
What? You took an... Never mind. What did you find?
Carla just holds up the hand and says, this ring. But the hand doesn't look too great, so...
Anything from the ring?
Conjuration.
Wait. Does it look anything like the ring that Ogren's wearing?
It looks familiar.
Well, I'll take that,
Um,
please. Add it to the other finger.
Did you pull the ring off the
No.
dead hand, Ogren?
Pardon?
Did you pull the ring off the dead hand, Ogren?
Well, Carla's holding it.
Kala's
think you're
holding a
saying that as a
hand with a
joke.
ring still attached.
I
Should
think
try
you're
and take the
saying
ring
that.
off? Why not? Let's try taking the ring off. Let's
Carla
be
holds
dumb.
out the intimidation knife.
Ogren.
I've got one that matches it.
We took that off.
No, you didn't.
Wait,
It's still here.
Ogren, why did you put the ring back on?
I didn't put it back on.
Ogren.
I didn't put it back on.
Then why
You
is
said
it
you
on
know
your
if I'm like-
finger?
Because it was always there.
So why would
Ogren.
you put the other one on?
Why not? Matching set. You know what I mean?
No. Bren! Come
That's
here.
true, actually.
Did you or did you not pull the ring off the hand?
We did use Dispel Magic on it, and he took it off at one point.
No, I mean off the dead hand.
I was
Oh.
going to try.
No, Carla's gonna leap into her lamp and she's gonna take the hand with her. With the ring.
And I'm gonna pick up the lamp.
Rusan, why did you call?
We found another ring.
And Ogren's wearing his again.
I didn't put it back on. Bren had it. Are you
Then
trying to
why
say
are
that I
you
snuck
wearing
into...
it?
It vanished.
It wasn't me.
It did.
Then if it's back on your hand, it's bad news.
Well, I can't get rid of it, so it's stuck with me. Who
Then
cares?
why would you put on another one?
Why not?
Look at these people.
Has this done that to me? Do they all have this ring on? Do they all have this ring on?
Nope.
Can you take the ring off?
These whatever.
Well,
these
this
people-
one?
Yeah.
No.
You can't take it off anymore.
You cannot.
I literally try and take it off. It don't budge.
We've
Fine.
moved with it a spell.
It's done
No, you put
nothing
it-
to me.
Show me your hand.
I show him my hand, which is perfectly fine, by the way.
The ring on the hand shatters. And
Why?
the finger it was on turns to ice
But
and
My
also
finger!
shatters.
Ah!
Take me 2d8 damage, please. Because that
Look
was
what you
painful.
did! Look what you did!
Obviously, the ring was more dangerous than you thought, Ogren.
No, you removed it and it took my finger. How am I meant to wield an axe properly when I'm missing a finger?
And you want to put more of those rings on?
No, I didn't. I wanted to take it off. I wasn't going to put it on. You were all just scared to take it off of the finger. And now I'm missing a finger because of you lot.
Fine, we can make you another finger.
No, you
You can
can't.
do that?
Yeah, with metal.
Oh.
It's not the same. I'm missing a finger because of you lot. Because you were scared, Crusan.
Karis
I'm
raises-
missing a finger.
Karis raises her hand. Which finger are you missing?
Index, right hand. I
You should
think,
still be able
right?
to use an axe with that.
And don't
What
pirates
was the
usually
thing?
have all hands missing
No.
with hooks in place?
So
Bad
what minor
pirates.
allude to him a finger?
Bad pirates do.
Also, where's your parrot?
I'm missing a finger, and none of you are acting like it's a big deal.
You had
It
a
is
cursed
a
Well,
ring.
thing.
the big deal here was the ring.
Had
It's
the
what took
ring
you
had
over your
done
finger.
the ring had done nothing. You were
Except
just
end up back on your finger when we removed it the first time. By itself.
and maybe it wanted company. It had done nothing bad. You just said it was bad,
It was
assumed
cursed.
it was bad, removed it, and
It
I'm
was
now missing a finger.
Curses are never good. They're
I'm
never
missing
helpful.
a finger. That's not good.
It's
Whatever that
better
ring
than
would
having
have
a
done
curse.
would have
Human
been
things.
worse.
We
It's
don't know
better.
what the curse does. You just said it did something. Why don't you do your identify thingy and figure out what it did first before removing it and making me lose a finger?
We did identify it.
No, you didn't.
before. We did.
We
Near
did.
the
You-
goblin cart.
It never got identified.
It did.
It did.
Did it?
Yep.
We
Oh.
just learned the spell you could do with it.
hmm
See? You learned nothing bad about it.
Then why did it take your finger when we
'Cause you
removed a
removed
curse from
it.
it? We didn't remove it. You removed the curse,
Which removed my finger.
which means your
Which
finger
really
was
hurt,
cursed.
by the way.
I just
Could have
slap
tested
him
it
over
out
the
on
head
the hand.
and give him
You
one
could
of
have tested.
these.
Oi, shush! You could have tested it out on the dead hand instead of my finger, which is now missing.
Okay, while you're doing that, I'm gonna quickly do yep and yep.
Oh,
Wait,
great.
no, whip, whip. Okay, there we go.
Yes.
Oh, what can I do for you?
So, who is this Frostmaiden really?
Oh, the Frostmaiden. Well, she is someone of immense power, one might say. Not of this plane, but of another.
Is it the plane you're from?
Not quite. Her plane is more wild, one might say.
Is that what you brought me here to the north?
I was more interested in the ancient power rather than hers, for she wouldn't give up her power willingly. The ancient power, however, still rests in slumber, ripe for the taking.
Carla opens up her pack and brings out the black pearl and
Oh,
the flesh of whatever his name was from last week. Said, "Well, I brought you these."
now that pearl, that is something. That is a glorious gift. She takes it. Now has a wondrous star-speckled cape as well as her amethyst sleeves and golden scales.
Yeah.
This flesh is odd. Would you
This
like
is
me to tell
her
you more
doing.
about it?
Yes.
There is a trace of more than one spirit on this flesh. Its original owner must have died a while ago. However, there was another inhabiting this flesh. One of her people.
And finally, she brings out the hand with the ring.
Well, this is a nice trick. You see, if you pull this ring from this hand, it takes you somewhere, and everyone around you as well. Where exactly you'll end up, I do not know.
Is it cursed like the other one?
Well, it is not cursed, but it is a trap of some sort. You never know where you might end up with this. But it's definitely her doing, judging by the snowflake mark on the gem.
Okay. Carla puts it in her pack, but crucially does not take the ring off.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I look forward to hearing from you soon.
Do beware the Queen of Air and Darkness.
Well, I gathered that one.
Indeed.
Right.
Right. Back you go.
Yeet.
Yeet.
Noticed.
What's up?
We're
My
arguing,
finger's
it's fine.
gone.
His finger is indeed gone.
There's
Will that
nothing to
affect-
be
will
done
that
about it
affect me?
now, Ogren.
Will that affect me wielding an axe or other things, Boner?
Let's make it the ring finger and no.
Okay.
If it was the index finger, yes, but it's not.
Okay. Alright, notes. Missing right index finger. Not index, ring finger. Jeez.
Could be worse. Could be an entire hand.
Indeed.
One arm.
What is it for you and losing fingers off your hands?
That was.
He
First
didn't
one
do
was
it
my
by
fault.
choice this time.
This one wasn't my fault.
I mean,
Scott-
it was your fault for putting the ring on.
I've had that ring with me for years.
Why did you have it?
And look how it repaid you. It stole your finger.
No, you stole my finger.
Hey,
That
you
ring
stole the
was
ring.
that ring was,
Cursed.
aggressively changed hands. Let's put it that way.
Well,
other
now it
Frodo
can no longer
combined.
aggressively change hands.
So, is Carla still hiding in her lantern now?
No, Carla's back.
Oh.
Carla, show me the ring. Ranmir,
I
do your thing on this one too.
I don't have enough spell slots for today.
Oh.
I
And
left-
tomorrow.
I left it with someone for safekeeping.
Oh? Oh, is your friend in there?
Well, that's where she lives.
Wait, she just lives in there? No, just sort of poke the lantern. I thought you were alone in there. Hello? Hello?
Maybe she wants some peace and quiet.
Then why are you still talking? Hello?
Really?
Wow.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Why?
I wouldn't want you to make a bad impression on her.
We've
She,
met before. She was really nice.
yeah, but she might not be so nice if you piss her off.
Oh. Should I bring tea instead? Wait, no,
That's
you said she
considered
doesn't like
offensive.
tea.
That might be
Um,
offensive.
does she just want the tea leaves? I don't know about your friend, Carla.
Tea leaves, I think, would amuse her.
Oh. I just hold out tea leaves. So, how do I give her tea leaves?
I'll take them for her next time I go visit.
Okay.
I'll just pat her gently on the head.
Just be
I-
careful with that ring.
I wander over to Ogren, pat him gently on the shoulder, and hand him a small flask.
Aye. What's
Aye.
in it?
It's for you. It's a gift.
Ogren,
It's
do you
fine.
look at the flask?
I'll have a look.
It looks kind of gloopy, greenish.
How does it smell?
Doesn't smell great.
Probably smells.
Worse than his fish tin.
What's it gonna do?
That's true. We do have a range.
Hmm.
It might help.
Okay. I'll drink all of it or just a little bit?
That is up to you.
Yeah.
I'll start off with a little, see what happens.
You
Death.
feel a tingling on your hand. Just a tingling.
That's weird. I felt a tingle in my hand. It's very
Maybe you
weird.
should drink. Maybe you should drink the rest of it.
Are you sure? Can you replace this? Is it important?
It was a gift. Drink it.
Okay. Ogren knocks back the rest of it.
As you take the last sip, something round enters your mouth. It's slimy and gross. Do you swallow that too?
Sure.
Do me a con save.
At
Yep.
this point.
It's probably a finger from something that Karis has harvested. Normal.
Don't worry about it.
It goes down, but it's pretty damn gross.
Yep.
You feel a burning sensation on your hand.
Burning now. Is it the right hand?
Yeah, it sure is.
These 6 fingers on one hand.
It's just a whole new hand.
Take a look at it, or you just
Yeah, I'll
gonna-
take a look at it.
Well, your finger's back, kinda. Well, the bones anyway.
Ooh.
That's
Seems to work as
Very-
normal, though.
that's incredibly weird.
Laughter fills your ears. And then
Thank
it's
you.
gone.
Thank you, Karis. Ogren's gonna grab Karis in a big hug. Thank you. Appreciate it.
welcome.
It's a bit weird, but
It-
I kind of
It
like
is a
it.
little strange.
I kind of like
but-
it.
It's
Well, as they
a lot
say,
better than a cursed ring.
maybe. As they say, I owe you one. You need anything, I'm your half orc.
Thank you, Ogren.
Okay.
You should probably need mittens to hide that finger.
Bronmora has started to shovel a hole back over here.
Mm-hmm. What do you do with the hole?
Do you want a hand with that whole Brenmora?
Yes.
Mhm.
We
Right,
should
yeah.
hide these bodies.
Okay.
Oh,
They should not be out.
Do you have a shovel for the digging,
I
or
have a shovel, yes.
do you want me to do a spell of digging?
Yeah, you might be faster than me.
Fair enough. Start rage digging.
Okay, do it. You shovel snow very angrily, and then you shovel
Indeed.
ground. Do me strength checks with advantage. One of them. Athletics, actually.
Athletics check. I wasn't actually raging, so I'm guessing not advantage.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I could always hit you with the back of my hand axe to keep the rage going.
Just the whole time Brenmora's standing there, just casually, repeatedly
Slapping
slapping
him.
him.
Bonk,
just,
bonk, bonk.
just whipping me to keep me going.
No, you
Every
break.
second. Ah!
You break the frozen ground. You're strong enough for that. You dig a nice little hole. It's gonna be hard to dig a hole big enough for all these bodies, though.
I can.
I feel like we did the right thing there, Randy. I don't know why he doesn't understand.
Well, maybe he really like that finger.
Let's get as many of these in the hole, but don't touch the weapons.
Could I kick him in the hole, or do you want me to fish him in the hole?
As long as you don't touch the weapons, I don't care how you chuck them down there.
I'll take my pickaxe and just like hit it right through the chest of one of these guys and drag it through the hole.
That should work,
Ogren
yeah.
does the same with his great axe, yeah. Just whack the
Oof.
side and drag him.
Yep,
Sort of just hooks it underneath the chin and drags him that way.
that works. You chucking him
I
down
have a
there?
spoon.
Yeah, as many as fit.
Two will fit in there.
And we need to make another hole.
Ogren gets to making another hole.
We could also burn them to make them a bit smaller.
I mean, it'll do the job, but it might take a while. It might draw things to us as well.
These weapons should be forgotten, not found.
Do me another athletics check.
Oh, piss.
This ground is a lot harder than you thought it would be.
I'm a bit tired after digging the first one. And you know, the finger exploding took a little bit out of me.
Carla, we should find their camp. See what they were doing.
Someone want to lend me a hand digging?
Oh.
Fine, I'll help you.
Thank you.
Alright, do me an athletics check, Ranmir.
Would I be assisting with this?
Yes.
Or am I? Okay.
No, I still have advantage.
It's hard going. This hole wouldn't be large enough for bodies, but you could get the weapons in there, maybe. It's almost
Would
as
that work,
good, right?
Brad? Or do you want the bodies
Blacksmith's
then
tools.
too?
Can you, if you chop off their arms, I can, with my mage hand, throw the weapons in the hole. That might work.
Ogren slices both of the hands at the rest with his axe.
And I use
Carrots.
mage hand to drag the weapons into the hole.
Alright. That works.
Cars.
Well, let's cover
Don't
them.
these remind me of what Ilyantok mentioned, the crazy man with the metal sticks. Sounds kind of like what he mentioned, doesn't it?
It does. But where?
From
Wait,
the
look.
Berserker's Cave.
Let me- It
He
does.
said a bunch
If-
of crazy men flailing about with weapons of strange metal.
They're a bit far from where he said they were.
Very. It's a good couple days travel or more. Why were they here?
I expect we won't find that out now.
You could check the camp they were in. They
They
were
just-
doing something there.
Leaving an animal corpse. They may have been leaving an offering.
To whom?
The lady.
Doesn't look like the kind of thing that a lady usually does. She usually has people, not animals.
It's either that or the dragon.
Maybe.
Either way, we probably shouldn't stick around here very long.
We
I've
should
had
at
enough
least
of this
check.
place.
Hmm. You
I
don't
think we
want
have
to
other
check the
places.
camp.
I think we have other places we need to be.
It's just over there.
Oh, we'll have to. No, which way we go?
Well, do you want to go check out their camp, or do you want to move on?
How far
I
away
kind of
would
want
it
to
be?
check out the camp. It was pretty close.
It was fairly close,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, we
Might
can go
as
to their
well.
camp.
Yep. Fill up the holes.
Hmm. Who knows? They might have more weapons we have to bury at the camp.
Okay. Red leads you back to where the camp is. You don't see any tents, but you do see 4 bedrolls just lying on the snow. An animal carcass
That's
lies on the side. You see a bundle of meat wrapped and tied. Seems to have been perfectly butchered.
maybe they were just after food, but why here? Hmm.
It's a good 20 pounds of meat.
I mean, if you guys want more rations, it looks edible.
Was it cut with the weapons they used? I couldn't eat
Ah.
myself.
Yeah. Bren, will that matter? You seem to know about the angry sticks.
I don't know if it can corrupt dead meat. I don't think it would. So the meat should be fine.
Well, not much use to me, but if you guys feel like it's useful, we can take it. Or just leave it out here as bait for animals to come and find the bodies.
I say we at least move it away from here.
Can I look for anything else of interest on this campsite?
Sure, do me an investigation check. Let me see. These bedrolls, they remind you of like the clothing the raghead nomads normally wear. But they seem in need of repair, badly worn and torn. How odd.
Do I know where the nomads usually are?
That's the problem with the nomads. They roam
Yeah.
these wastes. There's no set place or schedule for them. They're fairly hard to find.
Okay.
Shall we
Find
just
anything?
keep going if we can't find anything?
These were nomads once, but no idea how long ago.
Oh.
Quick thing.
Hmm?
They were heading kind of directly towards where the ship was, right?
No,
They were all
this is a bit.
frostbitten.
That's a bit inland from that.
Well, they were heading in that kind of direction.
They were heading more west rather than northwest. You think, but it's hard to say in this
Okay.
land.
Well, wasn't that be the jet direction that the lady goes?
She goes out to sea.
Yeah. Do these people look like they care about the cold?
I don't know if they swim too great.
Well, neither do I. But what I'm saying is, they're all covered in frostbite and stuff. Could be trying to follow her. It's a theory.
Or they could just be completely insane.
That too. But we could always check on, the crazy people he told us about, see if there is a connection. Or the meteor.
The power that corrupted these people is more of demonic nature than
Demonic?
of the Frostmaiden.
Didn't someone tell us about that wizard in Raghead who had troubles dealing with demons?
With different demons?
Or was it devils?
I don't remember.
I don't remember.
I have it written here somewhere about someone mentioned the wizard in Redhead Glacier from many years ago. Which page was it?
I think Raghead used to be a wizard's tower, but it's now a prison.
It's now a prison.
Don't really want to go there.
Yeah, we don't want to go there.
Oh, I thought it was the Redhead Glacier, not the Redhead
No.
building.
No, that's Revel's End. That's something else.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Rebel's End.
Yeah, Redhead is the entire area up in the
Oh,
northeast.
there may have been
Yeah,
something. I don't know.
I don't know.
Let me check to see how far back it was.
Probably. We're still heading to town, right?
Yeah, we're still heading towards Bremen.
Walking and talking.
Yes.
Here we go. It would have been roughly after we talked to the tavern keeper, I believe. He mentioned it. Something about, Wizard Tower and Demons.
Which tavern keeper?
Yeah, we've talked
I
to
think
many
it's the
tavern
one.
keepers.
Yeah, I believe it was at least somewhere between the one in Dugan's Hole or the one in Goodmead. One of them mentioned it. It was very early on. Where did Kendrick Willsbarrow, the dead town speaker, was he the one in Goodmead?
Yep.
Yeah, he was the one that got
It's
killed
in
by
the-
the
It would have been the
werewolves.
innkeeper in Goodmead.
Hmm.
They mentioned Reghead Glacier had an old wizard tower that was destroyed by demons.
How odd.
Which
I
is
think that's the
awfully
first we've heard of
close to
that.
here.
Maybe you overheard that.
I might have overheard that. But this is awfully close to Reghead Glacier.
Yeah.
As is the Warring Goliaths, actually.
Mhm.
Something tells me either right here, or somewhere around here, in this general vicinity, is demon territory. Or at least something related to it.
I thought demons were meant to be all, fiery and stuff. You'd think they wouldn't like
That's-
the cold.
That's devils, and I don't know.
You expect me to know the difference?
No idea.
Do you expect me to have ever met one? I'm a pirate. Was a pirate.
Cruiston, where did you hear about the tower?
Think it was Goodmead?
Well, we're going back there, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
What did you hear about this tower?
It was a few days ago, or a week or two ago now. Just kind of in passing. Something about an ancient wizard was doing something, and then his tower got destroyed by demons. That's all I remember. Why?
Did you catch the name of the wizard and when this happened?
No. It was just a tavern story. Nothing really to it apart from hearsay. At least as far as I remember.
As long as it's just a story. An old one.
Why?
I also heard stories, but as long as it's just that.
What story did you hear?
About a wizard with a tower that got destroyed. Not by demons, though.
Destroyed by who then?
A group of heroes, adventurers, good
Oh.
people.
Huh.
But as long as the tower in the stories is still destroyed, there's nothing to it.
Did you
Nothing we
want to
should-
go look? You seem very interested in this story.
I am. This tower is also possibly where all this weird metal is coming from.
It seems dangerous at the least. Oberon,
Yeah?
would you be against trying to find this tower for Brenmora?
I mean, no, but don't we have other things we should also be doing first?
The tower
We
is
have a
not.
lot of things to do.
I think we should listen to Ogren as to what the plan for the next thing should be.
As long as there are no
I-
stories of this tower.
Then
Being-
don't ask me for my opinion then. It's simple.
As long as the tower is destroyed, it's fine. If it weren't, there would be stories of it.
We could ask around, see if anyone's heard stories otherwise.
Yeah, we can do that. But that we
And
would need to go somewhere.
I could, in theory, work to our advantage for that, but I need to visit our friends back in Targos. I need very special carved bones.
Well, let's get back to Bremen and then figure out where to go from there.
Do me some, do me a survival check, Rusan.
Survival check tomorrow. Not quite dead yet, but tomorrow.
It's a campsite. No good, no great, but not bad either.
It's perfect.
Are
This
you
will
doing
do
a
well.
watch schedule?
What did we have last time?
Same as usual. Rusan goes wolf form and sits with whoever's doing the camp with him.
I guess
Which
I'll
is probably
sit
Karis.
with, I guess I'll sit with the wolfie.
Indeed. Karis, Rusan, perception checks.
Perception check. There's a wolf. Aw.
Okay.
No little snowball rolling about.
Nothing. Nothing that you can tell, anyways. Are you, waking up the next shift?
Yeah, which is Bren.
Was Bren and
Ranmir, I think.
Ranmir?
Yep.
Yep. Ranmir's got no problem getting up. Renmora, do me a constitution check? No, perception was the thing we did, right?
Yeah,
No,
it's
con for
perception.
waking up. Perception for looking, con for waking up.
Okay,
Ah,
go for it.
I thought you did perception. I noticed that I was mulling her.
Yeah, you're up.
Right. Ranmir, what do we see? I don't see shit.
How about Ranmir?
Asleep at the helm.
The winds have picked up. Hard to see anything out there in the swirling darkness. And that's your watch. Kala and Ogren?
Yes.
Yep.
Well, do me some perceptions. Ogren, you think you hear something on the wind. A whisper, but you can't quite make it out, and then it's gone. You must have imagined it.
It's okay, Cal, let's go gas.
And with that, the night passes somewhat uneventfully. It is a cold morning. And a clear morning, according to Rusan, if he's to be believed.
Brother.
Do you trust?
Probably blizzard.
If you make the
It's also
same
trying
pace
to
as
come back in time.
yesterday, you'll arrive in Bremen by nightfall.
Good. Don't want to be out here anymore.
Great, no walking.
I told you I can carry you if you
It's
need.
fine.
Are you sure?
Yes, but I'll complain.
Well,
Are
no,
you sure you don't
there's
put a
no,
lift?
Yes.
now that there's no barrel on the sled, somebody could sit on it.
There is, however, a large siege weapon on it now.
Oh,
Ugh.
true.
I'll walk.
Oh. If you get tired, let me know.
You know, here's the trick. I'm always tired.
Oh. So you want me to pick you up?
No.
Oh.
Like I said, I'll walk. I'll complain.
That she
It's
will.
just-
That she will.
Well, she doesn't want to be picked up. So I just leave her to her walking, I guess. And we continue on back to Bremen.
Indeed.
Hopefully not getting mauled by another dragon.
Make good pace. So far, not much is happening. And that continues to be the case. You arrive safely back in Bremen. Very close to nightfall.
We should head back to the treasure. Oh, it'd be nice to have a warm bed and those cookie things.
Let's head there.
We go and harass poor Kara at buried treasures.
Indeed. Ah, it's you again. Well, the rooms are still available.
Did you fix the door?
Yeah, I had one of the boys from the taverns look at it. They made me a new one. It's a bit rickety, but it'll do.
Oh. Rime, can you fix the door better?
Well, I could make it a better door, but I think I'm too tired for that now.
Oh. How much is it for a night and food for us all?
Altogether, night and food includes breakfast, 6 gold altogether.
I give it 12.
That's too much. I can't accept that much.
Yes, you can. It's
I can't.
apologies for the
No,
door.
No,
Yes.
You already
yes.
paid for the door.
Make me lots of cookies and we'll call it even.
Sure.
Deal.
And I just walk into a kitchen and start making tea.
Sort out any of the loot from the pirate ship.
Are you gonna finally split the loot?
I mean, I showed you everything I had. No one wanted anything except for the fancy stuff, so I just held on to the rest.
We were getting drunk. What did you want?
Exactly, you're all drunk. You don't know if you got the loot or not anymore. Hell, I don't know if we
Well,
got the loot
wasn't
anymore.
there.
Oh,
Should have
we
been
probably
there.
sort it out now.
Do I need to
I was
add up
expecting
the
someone else
coin
to do
for
it because
you?
Owen doesn't do the counting.
I can do the counting. How much did you have?
I trust Carla. Carla can count mine.
You trust Carla? With your money?
Yeah, I trust
He
Carla
does, he gives-
implicitly.
He gives all his money to Carla.
Let me just.
Everybody gets 25 gold pieces. It was 150 right here.
Is that with all of the gold? Because I had some as well. I had quite a bit.
I'm just gonna.
That's your gold.
Or
Oh,
just
that's
minus
mine.
12 from whatever you get, because I just gave it to the lady in exchange for everyone's bed for the night and cookies.
Let me just add up how much gold it was in total. That'll make it easier
Oh, okay.
for you, right?
Easier, yeah.
Don't mention cookies. All I can smell in my flat right now is a gingerbread house, and I can't eat it yet. I can't
It
eat
is
it yet.
431 gold pieces after the inn has been paid. So, one of you gets 72, everyone else gets 71.
Sure.
Carla gets whatever I was gonna get. But I am holding on to the shiny pearls and the random crap.
Yes, because you like your weird objects.
Yep.
Also,
Even more than I do.
one of you gets 117 silver coins, and the rest of you get 116 silver coins.
Who's getting? Should we just give Carla the extra money? She's getting more anyway.
Sure,
Might as
why
well.
not?
Yeah,
It's the halfling's
she can
share.
hold my tab. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and Carla, make sure you add the stuff you get from Frusan's share as well.
How much silver was it?
116.
And if you can't carry it, just tell me what you're giving me.
116. Okay. I have to do maths. Yeah.
And finally,
Yeah.
58 copper, 59 for Carla. Okay, so everyone get their 71 gold pieces, 116 silver, and 58 copper.
Yep.
Good.
Carla will give the paradox that's shaped like a leaf to Purisan.
Ooh. Pretty.
It's very valuable. Could be exchanged
I-
for other gems that might also be exactly as valuable.
How much is it roughly noted to be worth?
300 gold pieces.
Interesting. Interesting.
Oh shit! Why did I give him that?
Because it's worth a diamond that could save someone's life.
I have a healer's kit here. I swiped from the
But paradox
Yourself.
super common.
bank.
But this one's really, really good and nicely carved.
So
it's pretty.
Would anyone want that healer's kit?
I'm not proficient in healer's kit, but I could probably use it to keep you guys alive.
If you're
I
proficient
already
in
have
if you have medicine, you can use that.
Yep. If you're proficient
Yeah,
in medicine,
I have medicine.
you're proficient in healer's kit.
Really?
No, you're not. But you can use it. It's weird, but you can use it to stabilize, but you can't use it to heal. Basically.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Basically.
it just means you don't have to roll to stabilize someone.
Yeah.
Right, Prusan takes that then. Let me
Okay.
remove that from my bag.
How much does a healer's kit weigh? Healer's kit. Let's see. I think they're like 10 or something. Yeah. Amos, you would know this. How much does your healer's kit weigh?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Well, damn.
I think it's 25 pounds. I think.
Herbalism, healers. Where is healers? Where the hell is healers?
Oh wait, 3. It's only 3 pounds. Ignore me.
Ah, because it's under common stuff. No, it's not under tools. It is indeed £3. Good.
Search it in the
It's light.
compendium.
I have a book. I don't need no damn computer.
Well, before
Okay,
though,
Boomer.
probably going to start to go to sleep because before he does, Ogren would want to talk to Karis, but she's gone. BRB. So.
Bit of a
Yep,
problem
no
there.
talk for you, unfortunately.
I'll
Alright,
wait
I don't
until she gets better.
That'll give me a chance to sort through my spells for today.
Indeed.
Which ones do I need? Well, probably won't need that. I'm taking Moonbeam just in case. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
No.
Ooh, this is a fun one. No, it takes 8 hours. I can't do that.
You realize you now have to prepare spike growth every day.
Yeah, it's just that useful, isn't it? What should my extra be? Oh, I forgot I have a drift globe. How much does a drift globe weigh?
A pound, was it? I think it was a pound, hang on.
I mean, it doesn't really
1
matter because
pound.
you actually don't have to carry it.
Yeah, it's a pound.
Well, not when it's active. but I've just got it.
Yeah.
It's still in my pocket.
Well, your pocket's gonna light up if you say melon.
Melon. Rusan's favorite fruit. Imagine that, elephants loving melons.
Imagine that. They also like pumpkins.
Yeah. Oh god, give me a pumpkin vat. Wait, we've got a vat that smells of pumpkins.
So you want to
Don't
turn
eat them
Rusan
away.
into an undead eater? That would surely turn well.
Pumpkin spice doesn't have any pumpkin in it.
Did
It's
anyone
ironic.
did anyone grab the
So now it's back
marble
to back.
statue?
Nope. I
Nope.
can't carry it.
I was too panicked. No one told me about it, so I left it. It was probably worth a shit ton of money, though.
Oh, it would have been put in the bag of holding if no one grabbed it.
Did you get told to grab it? Or even acknowledge its existence at the time?
I don't think so. I guess no one took it with them. Okay. Oof.
Probably
Oh.
was it.
Because we wouldn't have left it behind. It would have either been put on the sled or in the bag of holding.
We were kinda in a hurry.
You were kind of busy
Yeah.
with the dragon arriving.
Oh, you mean
This
we
one for
left it on the
today, for
ship?
fun.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, we left it on the ship.
Okay.
I think these spells were good for today.
Garrus is back, by the way, so
I'm back. Yeah, I've been
Oh.
back.
Ogren.
Have your chat,
Before-
Ogren.
But before
Oh.
we go to sleep, Ogwen would like to knock on Karis's door. Hello?
I opened the door.
Hi.
Hi, Ogren.
Can I come in and talk for a little bit?
Sure.
Thank you.
I step aside to let him in.
Ogwen just sits on the floor, cross-legged. Am I really that stupid?
It's you are who you are, what you are. It's,
Okay.
not everybody can be good at everything. I'm not strong like you. I
Mm.
can't hurl things, whack people in the face like you can.
Yeah,
It's okay.
but you always seem to know what to do and what to say.
You do okay.
Mm.
You just sometimes get a little enthusiastic.
Mm-hmm. But anyway, I want to thank you again for, fixing my hand. But I heard giggling when I was drinking, the potion thing.
Mhm.
And I think I heard something when I was taking watch last night.
What did you hear last night?
I don't know. It was like a whispering on the wind. Carla didn't seem to notice anything. I
Did it-
wondered if you knew anything about it.
I didn't hear anything when I was on watch, and I don't think Rusan did.
Okay.
It was calm. Did it say? Could you hear words?
I didn't hear any words. Did it sound similar to the giggling?
Oh, it did
Uh,
not.
Oh, it didn't. Oh, okay. I didn't know. I just didn't know if you knew
Strange.
anything about it.
No, but the wilds can be a weird place.
Because wasn't there mention of you having a friend like Carla? Or
I do have a friend like Carla. That's
Okay.
she's the one who gave me the potion to give to you.
Oh, can I say thank you to her, or can you say thank you for me?
You can say thank you to her. She'll know.
Okay. Thank you, Karis's friend. Yeah. Okay.
It's okay, Ogren.
Okay.
It'll be okay.
Mm-hmm. It feels like sometimes I'm letting the group down.
You're not.
Mhm.
We all We all make mistakes, and we all take our turns.
Okay.
It'll be okay. Don't try not to worry too much about it.
Will do.
But just don't go whacking any more dragons in the snoot,
Okay.
please. We won't survive the next time.
I won't. Unless you tell me to.
Okay. Deal.
Ogren goes and tries to sleep.
Alright. Anyone else want to do anything? Or do we, are we all good to take a long rest and continue on in the morning?
All good.
That sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
Alright, everyone gets a long rest then. And it is now morning.
Neat.
There's a package sitting in front of Crusan's door.
Ooh. Cookies?
It
I
is
pick it
indeed
up.
full of cookies.
Excellent. I immediately walk back in the room and just sort of poke the button. Oh, we got cookies. Hello?
Can- For me?
For us. It's for sharing. But there's a lot. Maybe Glenmore. What was her name? Oh, I'm bad with names. Your friend, Galinda. Does she
Yeah.
want cookies?
Honestly, I don't know.
Yeah, I pass him. I don't even know how many cookies are in this bag, but I passed him by 6 or 8. Yeah. Give this to Galinda. Tell her thank you for helping us before to bring you back.
Yes. So those ones are for Galinda.
And then I
And,
pass him half of whatever's left in my bag. And these ones are for you.
Carla takes them. These are good. Maybe we should get her to supply the inn.
We could give her a job in cookies. How would we get the cookies across the lake?
Nita could ferry them.
If only you were here to mention that. That is a great idea.
We're gonna have to get like cookies made in the shape of Nidog, and just.
Oh my god, yes. Tourist clan cookies. We should go get the others. Don't tell them about the cookies. Though I think they know. I like these cookies. Didn't have anything like this back home. Thank you, Carla. And I just pat her on the head, just walk out the door.
Alright.
Carla is now like knocked several inches down into the bed.
Nice.
And I suppose we meet up with the others unless someone's not awake.
Don't break another one.
Brenmora, do me a Constitution save.
Someone's not awake.
You're not awake.
Kool-Aid man ahoy.
Not again. Poor door.
I'm just sitting in the main area waiting for everyone.
I mean, someone else could also try to wake her up. It doesn't have to be
Yeah, get to it
Rusan.
before Husan realizes.
I will go. I'll bang the windows in the main room.
Hmm? What was that? Is that a storm? I checked the weather.
Nah.
Oh,
Wow.
Oh boy. I was gonna say anything above a 5, but nope. She's sleeping through
Wow.
that, whatever the hell it was.
You made her walk the whole day before. She's tired as fuck.
Is the door locked?
I do my weather check because
Well,
I'm
is
pretty
the
sure a
door
storm
locked?
just hit the
Did
building.
you lock the door?
She probably locked the door.
Yeah, lock the door.
I'll go get the innkeeper.
That's a sensible.
That's a sensible thing to do. Hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you come back with the innkeeper. She unlocks the door for you.
I'll go check if she's dead.
Do me a medicine check. She's alive, but asleep.
Okay, good.
Net one. No, she's dead.
Yep. That's one way to retire a character, just natural causes. And anything else you want to do to try and wake her up?
I guess I'll try to shake her.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep, she's up.
What is the door is intact? I'll be down in a minute.
I have a door. This isn't my normal morning.
Do you leave her alone?
Wait, I thought I locked.
Yeah, I'll leave her alone.
Do me
That
another
might be a
constitution
mistake.
save. Okay, yeah,
I am
you're up.
awake.
Nice.
You're awake.
Oh, that would have been great if you just went back to sleep. Is everyone down?
I come down.
Well,
Once I'm ready.
Down.
we gather around for
Morning.
breakfast
Tea.
and
We
tea.
might need to get more tea. At least a lot of tea. You guys drink a lot of tea.
Indeed, they do.
Hmm.
So to Torx and then Brian Chandler next, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
We
I
should
need to see
head
a friend about things.
We should go to the Dogmaster's building. What's his face?
Jared?
You want the harbour master?
Jared
Harbour
or
Master,
Jared?
yeah.
The harbour
We have a-
master was called. Grinsk Battlebone.
Oh, yes, Chris.
Yep.
We have
Oh,
a
what you-
bone to collect.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, Twitch. Welcome to the chat room.
Alright, you head over to Grinsk Barrel Door.
Go get your monies.
So, did the bounty hunters come and pay for that?
See
The half
here.
elf we got.
Oh, it's you, Lord. Ah, you're here for the bounty then, eh? Here you go. Hands you 120 gold coins. Anything you want to do about this in response?
Thank you. How's the shipment going to Lonelywood?
Yeah, it's done.
Oh, great.
Wonderful.
Should all be over
Thank
there.
you.
That's pretty fast. I thought it was going to take a few
It's
weeks.
been
or
nearly a
something.
week. 3 days out, 2
Yeah,
days
you've
back.
been gone for like what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 days. So I said I was gonna do it in a week. Got a day faster than I said I would.
Well, that's good work.
Thank you.
And I will divide the money. 20 gold for everyone.
Ogren's gonna give him a 5 gold tip.
Why?
Because he did the job well.
Are you sure about that?
No.
Okay.
He's gonna do it anyway.
Okay. I guess he's got a 10 gold tip then.
It was only 5.
Yeah, I know what I
Yeah,
said.
he got a 10 gold tip.
Yeah, he probably took something off of the bounty. It's fine.
Sure did. Well, nice.
Ranmir is finally going to pay back for the gems you gave for his armor. So 50 gold for
Oh yeah.
Ogrun. I had it written down somewhere here. Ogrun, Bremora, and Rusan.
Oh, yeah. Don't worry about that for me. Don't bother me.
No, I insist on giving it back.
Okay.
So yeah, 50 gold to Ogren, Brenmora, and Rusan.
Well,
Thank you, Ranmir.
I think you mean to follow.
No, I give it to Rusan. I don't trust Carl.
Who immediately hands it to Cola.
Well, there you go then.
I'll look
I like shiny
disappointed in you.
trinkets for the coin.
Do you make your way back to Targos now?
Indeed.
Would you like to predict the weather?
Of course. At this point, you should just assume weather is just a daily ritual.
Well, it's gonna be a doozy today.
Oh,
Carla stands behind Rusan with her cape turned green.
it's not far, but it's gonna be a bad day. You have to cross that river. Maybe we should leave it for a clearer day.
Well, I mean, if the weather's bad, it means it's extra cold, which means the river is extra frozen.
And slippery.
I mean, ice is always slippery. It's why we've got, the snowshoes with spikes on the bottom.
There's probably a lot of snow on top of the ice, so it's not that slippery.
I mean, if you guys want to risk it,
I'd rather. We should be able to get to Bryn Shander, right? Today, if we just skip through Targos.
we have to do a few stops in Targos, don't we?
Well, yeah, once we do the few stops. I'd rather sleep in Bryn Shander than Targos.
Why? What's wrong with Targos?
I
Apart
don't-
from
There's
Mr.
no
Angry Man.
the inn at the place is, taken over by the speaker.
There's no place to sleep there.
Yeah.
Indeed.
But that means we'd have to go a full day in the storm. It could be bad.
I mean, it's only gonna take 3 hours to Targos from Bremen, and then another 2 hours on to Branchanda. It's not that far.
And there's plenty of times for a break in Targos. Get all our things done. And then we can go to Bryn Shander, because we've got lots of things to talk about in Bryn Shander, don't we?
Stopping at the tavern for a bit of milk-boiled knucklehead.
Okay. We also have to speak to Mr. Mad with Lathander.
Oh yeah, you haven't reported
The
back
main-
to
One of the
Coppa
major
yet.
things we've done. Yeah, I haven't talked to Mr. Gnomish Man.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah,
It's
that's a
like
thing you
one of the
forgot to
big
do.
major things we've done. Yeah. I mean, it's not like we were in a rush to tell him his friend exploded.
Do you set off?
I mean, if everyone else wants to go to Targos today in the middle of a storm, then sure. But I'm
Do
going to
you,
be carrying Karma.
Do you do the rope thing?
Yup.
Yes.
Yes.
What's the walking order?
Mm,
Big boys in the front and the back.
So I guess.
Small
Rusan at
fry
the
in the
back.
middle.
Mhm.
Okay. Rusan is at the back. Who's on from that? Carla as
Guess
well,
that
but
means I'm at the front then.
okay.
If they're at the back.
Bramora can go second.
Okay.
I'll go behind. Karis will be behind Remora.
It leaves Randir. Followed by Carla, followed by Rusan, but Carla is on Rusan, so it's fine. Well, you walk along the river a little bit. You find a decent looking spot for crossing. Yeah, high winds have blown clear the ice a little bit. Do me some athletics checks. Everyone
Crampons.
won.
Would
Yes.
crampons help?
They would, yeah. So re-roll if you fail.
Uh, I
Does Carla
think
need
it's
to?
fail.
I don't see Carla's roll. Oh
Yeah,
no,
she's
she
sitting
does.
on
She does
Rusan.
not.
On
She
Rusan.
does not need to. She's not walking.
Yeah, I was just asking.
But yeah, with like 3 of the group succeeding, that's a success. You cross no problem.
Just drag me along.
Basically, yeah.
I can imagine the wind catches it, and she's just sideways for a minute, hanging by rope.
It's not quite that bad, but basically, yeah.
I just sit on my ass and get dragged over the ice. I don't bother walking.
Well, you reach the other side and find the rudimentary trail to Targos. And after 2 more hours, you finally reach Targos.
Ooh,
Do you
should
stop
be
for
something
some
with the rope here.
boiled knucklehead trout at the tavern?
Sadly, yes.
Oof. Oof. That's grim.
do we need to go see Triglio?
How are we doing on health potions?
What health potions?
Well, we have a few.
That's for people that can't heal.
Oh,
Don't think many got used.
I
Oh,
used
I've still-
mine, but
I've still
that's all
got
I got.
2. Wait, you don't have one? Okay.
I
I
used
give
mine.
I give one to Karis. Who else doesn't have one?
I have one.
Carla does not, but she can basically rely on her son prioritizing her.
Yeah. She's fine.
Okay.
I also haven't taken any damage in like the last 3 fights, I think.
When you're not actively trying to throw yourself down an endless pit, you're fine.
Yeah. That was something.
I mean, there was a whole thing with all the Drago alchemists.
Oh yeah,
Like, I think only one of them hit me.
they tried, at least.
They all tried. They all failed.
So does anyone need anything from Triglios?
I don't have any money anymore.
I don't think we have anything in particular. Run there. If we swap these 2 pearls for gold, can you gild something for me?
Like a what?
Like an acorn? Or a leaf?
A leaf might be a bit tricky, but I guess I could do an acorn. And depending on
It might take a few days actually.
I could use it to get us more help in a fight. Though, if you can get me something a bit more, I'll need more gold for it, though.
It's not your water glass anymore.
This is why cats are great. Because they're assholes. Well, if you can get me a gilded flower or an acorn, I could do something impressive.
How impressive.
I can make something from beyond the veil.
So like conjuring things.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we'll see.
It's like having another son now, except he's not always here, and people might try and murder him.
People
No one's
haven't
tried to murder
murdered
Sarah
yet.
yet.
Because
Well,
no
except
one's
for me.
seen him.
And
I want Sarnar to at least make it to the statue. If he's an ancient, maybe the statue can help him remember, and he can start spreading the word again. This land needs his touch once more.
this land also needs, the frost bitch dealing with, so you know.
Wow.
Did you hear that? I think she heard you.
Well, do you go into Triglios or not? Is the question.
I don't think.
I mean, we've got
don't
some
think-
money. We might see if he's got anything.
I could try and trade these two. Would he have gold bars of 100 gold's worth, though? Is the question.
That's a question.
The money is enough. It doesn't have to be bars.
Oh,
If it's just gold
So
coins,
just
that's
gold.
enough. Yeah.
well,
Let's see here.
money's
Why is there a BB? Because okay.
Oh, can't be more than 100 gold's worth, though.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't be able to use that to make the acorn or the flower.
Well, I think we talked about this with Valorant at some point. That I could kill half an acorn and then another half next day or something.
Wait, what value just the gold you need?
I just need an acorn that's worth 200 gold, or a flower gilded in 300 gold.
I mean, you could also just make it using smithing tools if you're proficient with those, which I assume you are.
Oh yeah.
I mean, he has to be if he's a forge cleric.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's forced on him, he doesn't get a choice.
So you need 200 or 300 gold.
No, I need an acorn that's gilded. That's worth that much, not just the money.
Yeah, it's
I like
valuable's
the-
worth that much.
Coalescing in an unoccupied space on the surface within 5 feet of you.
Choice of the surface of I mean, yeah, I've got 100 gold, and then I've got 200 gold worth of pearls.
Mm-hmm.
But the peridot I'm saving for the diamond, because I want to have a diamond on hand just in case. And I don't
Well,
think
if
Rime
we're-
is going to be able to use raised dead as much as I am. Well,
If we are
maybe
going to
I-
Brun Shander, they have a blacksmith in there.
Hmm.
And I could do the blacksmithing there as well.
Well, might as well see if Triglia will give me the money for these or not. They're very nice pearls.
So you do go in.
Indeed. And I expect to hear his jingle on the way in, damn it.
No.
Damn it.
Well, you go in.
Come on, it's Christmas.
No. You
Tis
see,
the season, Val.
see the scarecrow-like fellow behind the counter.
Wait, he's been a scarecrow this whole time?
Indeed.
Been bamboozled, folks.
Ah, it's my favorite customers. Come in, come in.
Hello. I need to sell you some things.
Oh. What exactly are we talking about here? I'm always happy to receive new merchandise.
I pull out the 2 pearls.
Oh ho
These
ho!
we found.
One moment. He pulls out a case. It rattles quite a bit. Flips it open. It's full of shinies. And a magnifying glass. Let me take a quick look at these.
Okay.
I hand them to him.
Yeah, looks them over. You want this in coin, or do I, can I offer something in trade for these?
I need gold for these today, unfortunately. We're trying to make... Unless you have an acorn worth 200 gold and it's gilded.
We've spoken about this before, I think.
Mm-hmm.
You would
So
need
that's
to,
what I need the gold for.
requisition a dwarf for that.
I just thumb over at the one behind me.
Yep, I see that. I can give you a gold ingot worth 200 gold. Would make it
And
easier to
that
transport.
work?
Would that work for you?
And will that work?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, that works.
Yeah. Brings out another case. Jams a key in it, opens it. Brings out a surprisingly small ingot of gold. Weird how that works. There you go.
How much does it weigh?
It weighs about as much as 200 gold coins.
And I think they are 0.5 each. So 100? Oof.
They don't weigh that much, do they? How
let
big
me-
are these bloody coins? Jesus.
I just remember reading somewhere that they all universally
Just-
one weight, which is...
At
yeah,
20 pounds? That's too much. Throw
let's see. A standard coin weighs about 1/3 of an ounce, so 50 coins weigh a pound.
Okay.
So
If you
4
200, it
pounds.
would weigh 4 pounds. Yep. Makes much more sense.
or if you just add the gold on your equipment tab, it does the weight for you.
Or I could do that, but then I'd have to remember that I don't have 200 gold that I don't want to throw away.
Indeed. Now, is there
Carla-
anything else I can help you with?
Walks up to Triglia and goes, "I would like your most ridiculous item, please."
Oh. Huh.
Carla?
You put me on the spot here.
Make sure it's fun.
Ridiculous, you said.
Yes.
Let me think.
What
are you laughing about? Oh,
What
oof.
random?
That is.
That's gonna be a singularly yike from me, man.
Give her an animated doll of herself.
I've got a ball of gravity detection. It's a lead sphere.
No, that's too normal.
But
you have a
the
one-
label. It's labeled.
Do you have a wand of smiles or a wand of scowls?
Let me see.
I kind of want to dig around in my ridiculous book to see if I find ridiculous things. Oh wait, no, he got his finger back. I was about to say, get it with a prosthetic finger.
I do in fact have a wand of smiles, but is it the most ridiculous thing I have for you?
I will take it either. I will take it anyway.
Very well, 100 shiny gold coins.
Carla hands over 100 gold.
Here you go.
And immediately uses the wand of smiles on Ranmir.
Wow. Well.
Oh, what is the DC for that? Hang on.
DC 10.
DC 10.
Ranmir smiles, but his eyes aren't smiling. And he's looking at Carl.
You're forced to smile for a minute.
He looks ridiculous.
Wait, he failed to save?
I don't think he even made the save.
Just
no saves.
It's a DC 10 wisdom save on the Golden Smiles.
Charisma save.
Oh, charisma.
Oh,
Oof.
oh.
Yeah.
Oh god. Don't do it to Rusan. He would never pass.
But yes.
Have you got anything that you'd say would be, useful? Like a useful sort of item?
Well, I'm not so sure about that.
Oh, okay.
Well, he helped it.
What kind of store doesn't sell useful things?
I sell many useful things, but some of these things are not so useful.
I think we found
I can
one.
see.
Come on, Radney. It could be worse. At least you didn't lose a finger. Thank you, Triglio. Wait, it wasn't Triglio.
It was not, but you're welcome.
Sorry, names are just
It's hard to remember the name without the jingle.
yeah.
Are you looking up the name? Or
I'm indeed looking at
it's Justin.
Justin. What? Just.
Anyway, do we have any more stops here, or are we gonna carry on the
I have to go and visit our friends.
Didn't you already visit him before and give him
I
something?
gave him the horns, but I need him to carve me particular knuckle bones.
Oh yeah, right.
Oh, yeah, you have a job for him.
Mm-hmm.
What did you want him to carve before that? I have already forgotten.
I had him carving a moose antler to make something for the inn.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
Right.
That's what you had him carve.
A
Mhm.
mantelpiece.
A mantelpiece.
Do you head over there now?
Go see our friend.
Well, you're standing outside his door.
Hello,
The door opens.
sir.
It's you
Oh.
again. The
Hello.
piece is not quite done yet.
I have another smaller job. If
Okay.
it's possible.
Okay, yeah, let's hear it.
You see, I need bones carved in a particular way for a spell I know.
Come in. We can talk this over some cider. Come in.
Ooh, cider? I wonder if Chewbacca likes cider.
And I come in.
Well, you spend an hour sipping warm cider and describing exactly what kind of bones you want him to carve.
Mm-hmm.
He makes copious notes and makes some drawings. You offer some corrections here and there.
Mm-hmm.
And then he gives you a price estimate. How does 10 gold sound for all of this?
I can do that. And I give him. Let's see. I have 9. I need to keep at least 100 gold, so 9 gold and 30 silver.
Okay, yeah, okay, that works.
There you go. Little bit extra for the help.
Well, if there's anything else I can do for you, just let me know.
Is your husband okay?
Yeah, he's fine. He left on a little trip again. You know how he is.
Oh. He's a brave man.
Yeah. A couple of self-styled adventurers wanted to see the Sea of Moving Ice.
When did he leave?
Yesterday. Why?
No, we were blessed that when we didn't pass them.
Oh, he must have gone north along Meridualden then. That is the shortest route after all.
Yeah, he didn't stop in Bremen. He just skipped past it.
Ah, makes sense. Well, I have to be off. My friends are waiting.
Well, you have a good day. I'll have these done in a couple of days.
Okay. Be safe.
The same to you.
And I leave.
Alright, you're leaving.
Indeed.
Guys? Jothra
Yeah?
went on an expedition. No, not Jothra.
What was his name?
Gareth.
Jared.
That's what he
That's-
does.
Jared,
It's just
Um,
it's his job. I'm sure he's fine.
he went to the Sea of Ice.
He knows his
And?
business. He can, if he gets into trouble.
We'll get him out of it.
If he gets into trouble, the dog will come back and then we can go again.
Well,
Unless he gets into trouble with the dragon.
Well, there is that.
I feel like he'll be okay. I don't think he'll be going towards the boat.
I hope not.
Well, there's also the rock and the evil goddess on top of it.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot
What's
of
the worst that could happen?
If anything about the stone circles told us anything, a lot.
He knows what he's doing. It's his job. He knows this place.
He knew what he was doing on the mountain
Knows.
too.
Well, even the best guide will still get caught in an avalanche or two.
I just hope he's safe.
I'm sure we'll hear if he isn't.
Well, and as you're talking, you make your way towards Branchanda, and you reach it, no problem. This road is
Nice.
fairly well traveled.
So where do we want to stop first? Do we want to go visit young Mr. Copperbelly? Wait, what was the name? Somewhere.
It would have been Copper. Copper was his name.
Copper
what's his copper?
Knobberknocker.
Knobbledocker, that was the
That's
name.
right.
Yeah, let's go to him first.
Okay, you make your way to the House of the Morning Lord. The Shrine of Amaunator. You're once again greeted by Mishan.
Hello.
It's you people again.
Does he notice I'm wearing that particular amulet?
I mean, he wouldn't. And if he did, he probably wouldn't care because it's not an amulet of Amaunator. Of course, it's just an amulet of the Pretender. Well, and he rolled a 2, so no, he does not notice.
So I'm wearing an amulet of Lathander, but it's not a Minotaur, which is interesting. Interesting.
We've been through this whole spiel before.
You expect my memory to be great beyond what I write?
Yes. This
Then
guy
you
doesn't
are
believe in Lathander, he believes in a Monitor. He thinks Lathander is a pretender to the title of the Morning Lord.
I immediately check to see if I hear knocking noises of Mr. Copper upstairs.
You hear silence. Absolute silence upstairs.
Has Mr. Copper Knocker stopped knocking?
I haven't heard him all week.
Have you seen him?
Yeah, I've seen him. He was
Oh,
out and about
can we-
sometimes.
Can we go say hi? We need to tell him about his friend.
Sure. Up these stairs. Just,
Up I go.
well, up you go. Because they keep letting you talk. Well, you're in front of his door. Your knocking does not produce any sound.
Oh, he's learned how to use silence as well.
Hello?
You do not make any sound.
Interesting. Let me just double check one of my spells real quick.
Could just walk in.
I was like, is the door unlocked?
Ah, it takes verbal. Never mind, I was going to dispel it, but I have to use verbal.
Wow.
Yeah, I just walk in.
Yeah, you walk in. With, like, pipes everywhere. You see a gnome hammering away at a thing. Doesn't seem to have noticed you.
Of course
I
not.
gently
we're
throw a
silent.
pebble at him.
You see him jump a little bit. He looks around confused. He sees you. And then
We wave.
you think you can
We
hear
wave.
again. It's you.
Sorry.
You find
I
Macretus?
see you figured out. Sort of.
What do you mean, so?
You should actually, Bren.
Ah,
You should probably answer this one.
yeah, looks at you, Hruson. I see. He would not willingly part from that, so, he's dead?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Incinerated.
Say his attempts to fix the thing went poorly.
So you got it working then? Huh. Didn't think it was possible.
Got it.
It was
You
yes.
got it to do something just
not the right thing. It turned into extreme death
Turns
instead.
into pain.
Hmm. Well, that's unfortunate. He was a good friend.
Sorry.
He looks you
I
all.
take a TT activated Summer Star blessed by Lavender.
Oh. Hmm. He
We
looks it
got
over.
it to work.
Ah,
It doesn't seem to be active anymore.
that's because it spent its blessing. You must have fixed it and activated it. That's impressive. Didn't think
We
one
had some
who
help.
is out of Lathander could do this. Interesting. He looks you all over again. Ah, I see. You received his blessing as well. That's a
We did.
We
Somehow.
are
did.
That's a-
grossly incandescent.
tale of legends, that is. Well, I must thank you. I can't really pay you. I was just gonna ask you to deliver like a shipment of like foodstuffs out to him, but I guess I can offer you that.
I think we're good for food. Though, why didn't you send the food with us in the first place?
It's a dangerous travel. There's no need to bog you down with a load of stuff if he's hadn't heard from him in a while, you see. Wanted to make sure he's okay first.
Oh yeah.
Well,
I kind of looted what used to be your quarters.
Oh, did you?
I found your letter
Ah, you did.
and your writer's set. Do you want it back?
Nah, it's fine. You can keep it.
Okay.
I don't know about the food, but you're very good at fixing things, it looks like. Or making things, right?
I guess, yeah.
Can you help fix our inn?
What do you mean fix?
Guys? Should he fix the ramshackle?
I mean, there's still a bunch of wood and stuff in it. They can wait.
I mean, it could come later. Make it nice.
Maybe.
I guess I can hook some hot water and heating up for you if it comes to that. I'll
That
give you a
would be
discount.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Once we've got the place, you know.
Once you've got the
Sure.
place cleared out and livable, I guess. I can
Yeah.
make it nice
Yeah.
and good.
A hot spring at home. Broussard just sort of goes blank for a minute.
But
Well,
You
Anyway.
broke him.
anyways,
thank you for
thank you.
Thank you. Sorry we
Oh.
didn't have better news for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So-
Well,
feared
if
as
it's-
much.
If it's any consolation, he didn't feel that much pain because the death was very quick. We
Yeah,
know
they
from
tried it.
experience.
We know for a fact.
Oh, well, he's in the
yeah.
arms of Lathander now, and I'm happy you aren't.
Everyone else.
we were
kind
for a
of-
bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, he helped us get out.
This is certainly a tale of legends. Starts scribbling down notes.
Anyway, we have a few more people to talk to, so I think we'll be
Well, you have a
Oh,
good
well.
day.
you too.
Same
as well.
to you. Thank you for keeping the noise down.
Yeah, I would never hear the end of it if I kept on doing it. I can't spend like all my days arguing with the guy downstairs.
Why don't you stay in the inn?
Costs
We
me
could let
money.
him stay there. We charge him to stay there.
If it works there, no.
Oh, you mean you're in? Didn't you
I
say
mean,
it's not ready yet, is it?
It's not very habitable.
No.
And he's got his situation sorted here. Maybe later at some point.
Maybe. Won't have to deal with an angry man downstairs.
I guess.
Well, if I'm downstairs, maybe.
Just because you get angry doesn't mean you have to be all the time.
I'm not, but I've been described as the angry man.
Because you get angry very
Let's just
easily.
go talk to the other people. We can
Yeah. Remy, we should talk to your friend. See if we can get him to do the thing.
What friend?
The
Blacksmith?
friend at the blacksmith? That seems
Oh yeah, I
right.
was just going to lend his forge.
Mm.
Oh, you had to borrow the forge.
Yeah, you can. You can do that. Also, you can do that.
Do I need to do a,
Mm-hmm.
okay. How do I set it so it's to you?
There should be an
Oh,
option
what
on the
do you
sheet
do?
to toggle whisper.
Oh,
I think I need to set that in the options first.
You can
Top
just
right in the
press
options.
slash.
I think he wants to roll to GM.
Yep,
Yep, found it.
you got it. Yep, you got it.
Perfect.
do
You
I
know where I'm
notice
going to, right?
Yeah, you off.
Good.
Would this be something Husab would notice?
He beat
Nope.
your passive perception.
Damn, okay.
He's off.
Oh, he left without us noticing.
Well, you arrive at the Black Iron Blades. You find Elta manning the shop. Garn seems to be in the forge. What do you do?
Hello.
It's you. Well, forge's right through there.
Yeah, I would like to use them.
Well, if you want to use a
Yeah.
forge, go right ahead. You help me out, I can help you out.
So, Rusa, do you have the acorn?
No. I need to get one.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to get an acorn without it.
For
The
expedience
acorn
sake,
would be-
let's say you got an acorn in Lonelywood. Because I don't want to make you do the trip up there to get one and back again.
Well, I mean, there's always the other option, which is literally just a flower.
How do you gild a friggin' flower without magic doing it? And you can't use his magic on it because it's too expensive, so let's go with the acorn because it's easier.
Fine. We go with the acorn. And I pass in my 200 gold bar.
Although Ranmir does have a flower that he could gild if he remembers.
Do I?
Yeah, as a bookmark in a certain log.
Oh, yeah. Can I gild it instead?
You could, yeah.
The flower would be significantly more potent than the acorn.
Isn't this for the same spell, or is this for two different
No.
spells?
2 different spells, one's a tier 3.
Ooh. Well, it's up to you, Ranmir, which one you would like to attempt to gild.
Well, I'm not going to need that flower bookmark anyways.
Okay. Smithing tools. What would I
What is
use for
that?
this? It would probably query you which skill you use. Let's say wisdom, I guess.
Well, that's my 2 gold bars and 100 gold gone. Well, my 200 gold bar.
Oof.
Whoa.
It's gonna take you some time. This is tricky.
What if... Can I do the D8?
Yes,
Thing.
yes, you can. Well.
It's not supposed to happen.
Just say it's gonna take him some time.
Yeah, it's gonna take you some time.
We have time. However, we have 7 minutes to start streaming.
I think
Sure.
it's gonna be it's gonna be Batman and Barotrauma from what I saw earlier.
Is it
Oh, yes.
Vietman? Has he
Yeah.
locked it in yet? We'll see. Hang on.
I'm loading up now.
Yeah, he's locked Batman Arkham Origins in, so I'm thinking that's confirmed. It is Batman Payday and Barotrauma.
And Barotrauma. Oh my.
Oh my. In that case, I think we might call it here for now, in the process of forging and Ogren sneaking off. So I can quickly
I mean,
get...
none of them know that.
Indeed.
No, we don't. I mean,
Even
you would know.
Rusan, which is terrifying, because that means you rolled really goddamn high.
Ogren's good at sneaking when he doesn't roll ones.
We probably
And the
won't
rest
be
is just
doing this
standing
next
in
week,
front of
right?
the fort.
Yeah,
No.
If it's
probably not.
yeah, I don't think everyone else
can't.
will make it here.
I mean, I don't think of doing anything.
I think
I
Jules
can't.
and Carl,
Yeah,
Jules
okay.
and
Jules can't.
yeah,
No worries.
Alright, in that case...
I have a real name.
yeah. I just had a mental blank. I was reading the names like Carla. Yeah,
Your real name is too close to Carl.
yeah.
Indeed. I guess
I do that to people at
we're
work.
gonna do this again in 2 weeks then?
Yeah.
I,
Yep.
I should be good.
Good. Good.